Chapter 2788. During the alien star trial, many things happened on this alien star. Lin Feng remembered that it was on this alien star that he met Li Yingdai. He also got to know the vicious and merciless Duan Hongxiu. This woman was an extremely perverted existence. Not only was her sexual orientation abnormal, but she was also extremely controlling. She treated Li Yingdai as her exclusive property. But Li Yingdai was a normal woman. After spending a lot of time with Lin Feng, Li Yingdai had started to admire him. Later, when Duan Hongxiu found out, Duan Hongxiu wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was just that after the alien star trial, Lin Feng didn't see Li Yingdai for a long time, until the Red World Fairy's birthday. Then he saw Li Yingdai again. The two rekindled their old feelings. Li Yingdai truly gave herself to Lin Feng. But when Duan Hongxiu found out, Duan Hongxiu hated Lin Feng. She poisoned Li Yingdai and wanted Li Yingdai to assassinate Lin Feng. Only then did Li Yingdai detoxify the poison. Li Yingdai chose death rather than betray Lin Feng. Later, Lin Feng helped Li Yingdai detoxify the poison. He thought that he could get rid of Duan Hongxiu, this vicious woman. Who would have thought that Duan Hongxiu would use the soul-seizing curse on Li Yingdai? Li Yingdai, who was under the soul-seizing curse, couldn't control her body. In order not to hurt Lin Feng, Li Yingdai quietly left. Until now, Lin Feng didn't have any news of Li Yingdai. He didn't know how Li Yingdai was doing. Now, he came to the alien star trial again. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Li Yingdai, this beautiful and pitiful woman. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such a good woman, but her fate was full of misfortune. It was truly lamentable. Lin Feng sorted out his emotions and quickly flew towards the cold river. The cold, scorching God mansion was at the bottom of the cold river. Rumble! A loud sound reverberated through the mountain forest. A huge river was surging endlessly. "We're here." After seeing Han, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly flew towards the cold river. Then, it disappeared into the cold river. The temperature of the cold river was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people simply could not withstand the temperature of the cold river. The last time Lin Feng entered the cold river, he had almost frozen to death in the cold river. Fortunately, he was able to control the heavenly flame. He was protected by the sky fire. Author: the heavenly fire will never be extinguished even in the water. Therefore, the heavenly fire can protect the body in the water. Only then did Lin Feng manage to resist the terrifying baleful qi within the cold river. Otherwise, he would have been frozen to death in the cold river. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased, even if he did not use the heavenly flame, he could still protect his body from being injured by the terrifying cold qi at the bottom of the cold river. Soon, he saw the blazing frost divine manor. The frost-scorching divine manor was located in the deepest part of the Frost River. It was unknown how long it had been there, but it exuded mottled traces of time. The entrance of the cold, scorching divine manor was shrouded in divine light. Just like the last time, Lin Feng passed through the divine light and entered the interior. Roar! A gigantic ice dragon roared and charged at Lin Feng with its gigantic claws. That terrifying attack was simply capable of destroying the heavens and decimating the earth. Lin Feng threw a punch at the frost dragon. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng was shaken back by the frost dragon. This frost dragon's strength was simply too tyrannical. Lin Feng felt extremely shocked. "It's you." The frost dragon's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, it had recognized this uninvited guest. "Your memory is not bad. You still remember me." Lin Feng was very surprised. When he first entered this place by mistake, he was still very weak. Lin Feng asked himself if it were him, he might not be able to recognize a weak cultivator whom he had only met once many years later. The frost dragon ignored Lin Feng. Instead, it looked at Lin Feng coldly, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end under the frost dragon's gaze. No, this is not a real frost dragon. It's an artifact spirit, but this artifact spirit is not the same as ordinary artifact spirits. I can't tell exactly what the difference is. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect that the frost dragon in front of him was an artifact spirit. Under normal circumstances, artifact spirits would choose to sleep. Sleeping could prolong their lifespan. But every time he came here, the frost dragon seemed to be awake, guarding the outside, and never went into a deep slumber. If this continued, even if the frost dragon was an artifact spirit, its lifespan would be exhausted very soon. You're an artifact spirit? Lin Feng looked at the frost dragon and asked, You have some eyesight, the frost dragon said coldly. Since you're an artifact spirit, why are you always awake? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart, Because I refined the skeleton of a frost dragon. A part of my soul fused with the skeleton to guard the cave, while the majority of my soul is sleeping. The frost dragon said, An artifact spirit has cultivated a soul, and it can even refine a clone. Lin Feng was very surprised. Even artifact cultivators found it difficult to cultivate a soul, not to mention refining a clone. This was the first time he had seen an artifact spirit with a soul. The world is very big, and it is filled with many inconceivable things. There are only things you can't think of, but there is nothing you can't do, the frost dragon said. Now that the frost dragon could talk to him calmly, it meant that the frost dragon did not want to continue being enemies with him. Lin Feng felt that the frost dragon might have recognized his strength. It wanted to pass the frost divine abode to him. Otherwise, the frost dragon wouldn't have been able to talk to him so calmly. Lin Feng asked, Who left this frost divine abode behind? Who do you think it was? The frost dragon asked. The frost divine abode's name had the word God in it. That was why Lin Feng had thought that the frost divine abode had been left behind by a god expert. But now, it seemed that this thought was too naive. Take the first fire god, Zhurong, for example. He was strong enough to fight against the sacred emperor and was equivalent to a peak, immortal. Clearly, the frost divine abode was not left behind by a god. Is it a divine abode left behind by a great emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes, a great emperor, and a great empress at that. A peerless great empress, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, but in the end, she trusted the wrong person and died miserably. The frost dragon couldn't help but sigh. It seemed to be recalling the great empress past. Chapter 2789. Great emperors were very rare, let alone a female great emperor. Anyone who could become a great emperor was an existence that devoured the world's karmic luck. Powerful karmic luck supported them endlessly. This female great emperor must have been a stunning existence. Lin Feng asked, Can you tell me what happened back then? The frost dragon said, Looking back on the past, even the great emperors can't escape the word love. Back then, she was in her prime. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Many young masters chased after her, but she was never moved. Until one day, she met someone. That person was very carefree and very powerful. He once swore to the great emperor that he would spend his entire life with her. Later, he left because he had some urgent matters to attend to. Many years passed, and he never returned. The great emperor went to the great world he mentioned to look for him, but she found that he had many wives and concubines. His promise to her in this life was nothing more than a lie. The great emperor returned heartbroken, but she was attacked on the way. In the end, she was heavily injured and landed here. She died of depression. Lin Feng basically understood the ice dragon's story. That great empress was a peerless beauty and had many suitors. However, she had never met anyone she liked. Later on, she met someone she liked and entrusted her life to him. The person she liked made a vow of eternal love. However, that person abandoned her and left alone. The great empress thought that her lover had encountered some trouble, and thus she didn't return for many years. The great emperor trusted her subordinates and went to look for her lover. However, she found a scene that made her heartbroken. Their promise to each other had been nothing more than a lie. The great emperor was deeply hurt, so she returned alone. However, she met with a mishap and died with regret. A female great empress had died here all alone. It was indeed a sad thing. Lin Feng asked, "Who was that man?" "Nalin Qianma," the ice dragon said. "A cultivator from the celestial realm. A cultivator from the celestial realm." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that Nalin Qianma was also a powerful person. "Have you ever wanted to obtain the Blazing Frost Estate?" the ice dragon asked. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. This time, it was hundreds of millions of miles away. He had come for the frost-scorching divine abode. "Since you want the blazing frost divine palace, you can get it," the frost dragon said. "You're saying that the scorching ice estate is mine now." Lin Feng looked at the frost dragon in surprise. He kept feeling that the process of obtaining the scorching frost divine abode was too simple, right? "I'm only here to protect the blazing frost divine abode and find a new master for the blazing frost divine abode. In terms of talent and cultivation, you are qualified to be the new master of the blazing frost divine abode," the frost dragon said. "Ha ha ha ha. It's not that I'm arrogant, but there aren't many people in this world who are as talented as me. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng was an extremely confident person. Confidence was not arrogance. Excessive modesty was not keeping a low profile. It was a form of denial of one's self. Therefore, when it was time to be confident, one had to be confident. A confident person's inner world was usually abnormally strong. Tenacious willpower. In order to achieve one's goal, one could put in far more effort than others. This kind of confidence was also a kind of motivation for Lin Feng to constantly improve and surpass himself over the years. The frost dragon said, "You can enter the blazing frost divine abode now." Lin Feng nodded and walked toward the blazing frost divine abode. The blazing frost divine abode was an immortal abode forged by the female empress. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that there were many stone rooms in the abode. The stone room in the middle was equivalent to a living room. There were many daily necessities placed in the middle room. This place had been sealed for a long time, but because of the cleansing formation runes, it was clean. Therefore, it was very clean. Lin Feng saw a wooden puppet placed on the table. The puppet was a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Lin Feng picked up the puppet and found that there were words on the back of the puppet. "In the heavens, we are willing to be two lovebirds. On earth, we are willing to be intertwined branches." These words of love are really mushy. Could it be that the man named Nalin Qianma carved this puppet for the Empress? Looking at these words now, it's simply a great irony. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He carefully examined the puppet and found that it was indeed just an ordinary puppet and not a powerful treasure. After Lin Feng put down the puppet, he began to look for the treasures left behind by the Empress in the stone room. There was nothing special left in this stone room that looked like a living room. Lin Feng's gaze looked at the surrounding stone rooms. He opened the first stone room and found that there were more than a dozen bookshelves in this stone room. And on these bookshelves there were scrolls or jade cylinders placed one after another. Lin Feng picked up a scroll and opened it. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed. The scroll had already decayed. Not only did it emit a moldy smell, but it had also decayed to the point that he couldn't see the contents clearly. This is a material made of golden silk and reinforced with magic power. These scrolls can be stored for an extremely long time, but even so, they have already decayed after being passed down for so long. Time is the most terrifying force, enough to destroy anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened many scrolls and found that they had all been destroyed. Lin Feng picked up a jade cylinder. To his delight, the jade cylinder he picked up was very well preserved. After all, the materials of jade cylinders and scrolls were different. Therefore, jade cylinders could be preserved for a longer time. This jade cylinder recorded a map of the ancient starry sky path. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. These maps of the ancient starry sky path were extremely precious. He quickly began to check the other jade cylinders. Lin Feng found that some of these jade cylinders recorded a map of the ancient starry sky path, some recorded the layout of some powerful formations, and some recorded the prescription of medicine. Could this ancient starry sky map be? Suddenly, Lin Feng found an ancient starry sky map. An extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. His breathing also became rapid. In the endless starry sky world, billions of stars revolved around the brightest star on this ancient starry sky map. Seeing that dazzling star, Lin Feng was wild with joy. This was because the words "Undying Realm" were written on the star. Demon Lord, quickly take a look. Is this the ancient starry sky map to the Undying Realm? Chapter 2790. The Demon Lord's memory was incomplete and could not remember the complete starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. However, the Demon Lord still had a part of the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm in his mind. If this starry sky map was really the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm, with the part of the starry sky map in the Demon Lord's mind, plus his understanding of the starry sky around the Undying Realm, plus some of his analysis, basically, he could determine whether this starry sky map was real or fake. Let me take a look. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice, and then his divine sense invaded the jade tube and began to study this starry sky map. After studying it for a while, the Demon Lord said, "Yes, this is indeed the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. This is great, the starry sky map that I have been looking for so long. I finally found it." Lin Feng's face was full of ecstasy. He needed to go to the Undying Realm to find the starry sky map where his mother was suppressed. Therefore, the trip to the Undying Realm was imperative. It was just that it was not an easy task to find the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. But fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint the faithful. Now, it was finally found by Lin Feng. With this starry sky map, Lin Feng could travel through the starry sky. Of course, Lin Feng was also clear about one thing. What he needed to do the most now was to improve his cultivation, because the Undying Realm was extremely dangerous, and the Undying Realm was likely to be related to the Undying clan. At that time, who knew how many dangers would appear? Before going to the Undying Realm, he had to improve his cultivation as much as possible. After putting away these jade tubes, Lin Feng went to the second stone room. This time, he obtained the map to the Undying Realm. Lin Feng did not care whether he could get other treasures or not. Of course, it would be even better if he could get other treasures. The second stone room was an alchemy room. Lin Feng found that many of the jade tubes recorded many precious prescriptions, so he guessed that the great empress was probably an extremely powerful alchemist. Now that he saw this alchemy room, it also confirmed Lin Feng's previous guess. There were also many bookshelves in the medicine refining room. However, what was placed on these bookshelves were porcelain bottles containing medicinal pills, not scrolls, books, or jade tubes. In addition to those bookshelves, there was also a cauldron placed in the medicine refining room. Nine-Dragon Cauldron. This is the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Demon Lord could not help but exclaim, listening to the Demon Lord's tone. He knew that this furnace was extraordinary. Does the Nine-Dragon Cauldron have an extraordinary origin? Lin Feng asked. This cauldron was created by the 9th true dragon emperor. Of course, it's extraordinary. The Demon Lord said. In this era, only 9 true dragon emperors had appeared in the True Dragon clan. Every true dragon emperor was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. He was equivalent to a top deity. Therefore, the cauldron forged by the true dragon great emperor was definitely powerful. The Nine-Dragon Cauldron was engraved with 9 lifelike true dragons. Each true dragon seemed to have come alive. It could soar into the sky at any time. The runes on the True Dragon Cauldron were very complicated. Not only were there true dragon runes, but there were also some divine runes that Lin Feng did not recognize. They were probably ancient divine runes that had been lost for a long time. Lin Feng placed his right hand on the True Dragon Cauldron. In an instant, a cold chi surged out of the cauldron. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Crack, crack. His right hand was actually sealed in ice. Besides, the ice strength was spreading from his arm to his entire body. He wanted to freeze Lin Feng's entire body. Lin Feng was shocked. What a terrifying Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He hurriedly removed his right hand, then used his heavenly fire to dissolve the freezing power in his body. The Nine-Dragon Cauldron's material is fused with extreme cold iron. This is an extremely terrifying material that is extremely cold. It is said that a thumb-sized piece of extreme cold iron can freeze the world within a radius of 30,000 miles. It can turn the earth into a world of ice and snow. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was slightly moved. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying material in the world. Even if a cultivator's magic power was monstrous, they had no choice but to respect heaven and earth, nature, and the great creator. Lin Feng used a drop of blood to refine the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Suddenly, a special connection was formed between him and the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. This was the connection between bloodlines. After he opened the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, Lin Feng was surprised to find that there were many immortal liquids stored in the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The only pity was that these immortal liquids had lost a lot of energy with the passage of time. The effect had declined greatly. What a reckless waste of resources. Looking at the immortal liquids that had lost a lot of energy, Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. This was the immortal essence of the heavenly realm, a top-grade immortal material born from heaven and earth. Lin Feng guessed that this great empress had probably obtained it when she went to the heavenly realm to find Nalin Qianma. Fortunately, it can still be used. I'll refine you later, Lin Feng muttered. Now that Lin Feng was at the 3rd layer of the giant god realm, he hoped to have a breakthrough after refining these immortal liquids. Lin Feng's gaze then looked at the rest of the porcelain bottles. He opened a porcelain bottle, and a rotten smell came out of the porcelain bottle. It was very unpleasant. The pills inside had been destroyed. He opened many porcelain bottles one after another, and the pills in these porcelain bottles were all destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Time has destroyed so many top-grade pills. No wonder the effect of the immortal liquids in the cauldron was greatly reduced. It's already very lucky that they weren't completely destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened all of the porcelain bottles, but unfortunately, all of the pills had been destroyed. Time was really a guy that made people gnash their teeth in hatred. How many good things had been destroyed with the passage of time? Not only these things, but the passage of time had also buried too many heroes and geniuses, peerless beauties. Lin Feng decided to first refine the immortal liquid in the 9-dragon cauldron before going to explore the other stone rooms. Compared to exploring the other stone rooms, the thing he couldn't wait to do now was to increase his strength. Right now, Lin Feng's realm was stuck at the 3rd layer of the giant god realm. I wonder if these immortal liquids can increase my cultivation by another 1 or 2 levels. If the energy of these immortal liquids hadn't been lost, Lin Feng believed that these immortal liquids would definitely allow his cultivation to break through by a large margin. But now, the energy loss of these immortal liquids was too serious. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't sure if it could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng began to refine the immortal liquids in the 9-dragon cauldron. A large amount of immortal liquids were refined by Lin Feng. The powerful energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng's body. When all the energy was devoured by Lin Feng. Chapter 2791. Not bad, not bad. I've finally broken through a level. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. This breakthrough was a significant improvement for him. After all, Lin Feng's current accumulation was simply too great. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to break through. Even if he broke through a single level, it would greatly improve his cultivation. After breaking through, Lin Feng headed to the other stone rooms. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd stone room. This 3rd stone room was actually a crafting room. Inside the crafting room, there were many crafting materials and a special cauldron used for crafting. This kind of cauldron was different from the ones used for alchemy. Lin Feng was not a blacksmith, so he had no use for this kind of cauldron. Of course, if he really wanted to refine a treasure, the cauldron used for alchemy could also be used as a temporary cauldron. There was not much to gain from this stone room. Lin Feng entered the 4th stone room. Lin Feng saw a white jade bed, a makeup table made of white jade, a table, a chair, and a chair. Lin Feng also saw a white jade bed, a makeup table, and a chair. However, he did not see the Empress's corpse. Where's the Empress's corpse? Lin Feng could not help but ask. She passed away in a seated posture. She turned into a rainbow and scattered. The ice dragon's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he searched for the Empress's storage ring. In the past, the Empress had shocked the world. She must have grasped many shocking legacies. Moreover, she must have grasped many of the 3,000 great Daos. This was what Lin Feng wanted. The 3,000 great Daos. To Lin Feng, this was too important. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find the Empress's storage ring. He transmitted his voice to the ice dragon and asked, "Why can't I see the Empress's storage ring?" The ice dragon replied, "The storage ring has been destroyed." Damn. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He felt very depressed. Initially, he wanted to obtain some top-notch inheritances from the Empress, but he never thought that this would be the result. Since the storage ring was destroyed, the treasures and successions inside it were destroyed too. It was such a pity. How long has it been? How many years have passed? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the stone room. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was so frightened that his hair stood on end. It was a woman's voice. Such a sudden sound was too frightening. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. In the next moment, a hazy figure appeared in the stone room. It was a woman with her back facing Lin Feng. This woman's body was surrounded by faint immortal light. Even though it was just her back, this woman still gave Lin Feng a very special feeling. This feeling was like facing a goddess of heaven, a peerless beauty. Lin Feng looked at the woman. He frowned slightly. This was not her real body, but an illusory one. Clearly, it was the Empress. Now, the Empress who had passed away had appeared. Not knowing what was going to happen, Lin Feng had a bad premonition. Since you've come to the Blazing Frost Manor, it must be fate that brought us together. The Empress said. Lin Feng did not say anything. Instead, he quietly listened to what the Empress wanted to say. The Empress continued, "The Blazing Frost Manor is only one of my palaces. In the Undying Realm, I have another immortal residence. It's my master's immortal residence." The Empress's master? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If the Empress was so powerful, how powerful must her master be? I don't know how many immortal mansions there are in this world, but most of them don't live up to their name. They can't even be called immortal mansions. Even the mansions built by the great emperors aren't real immortal mansions. However, my master's immortal mansion is a real immortal mansion. Because my master was an immortal back then, I inherited her immortal mansion. There are many things in the immortal mansion, whether it's magical treasures or inheritances. You can find them all in the mansion. The Empress said, "As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world." Now, that such a good thing has fallen on my head. I'm a little dizzy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empress. "What's your purpose? You can tell me now. Help me do something." The Empress said. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "Ask Nalen Qianma why he wants to kill me." The Empress asked, "What?" When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. Wasn't Nalen Qianma the man who had deceived the Empress? The Empress returned with a broken heart. She had been ambushed on the way back and had been injured. Could it be that Nalen Qianma was the one who had attacked her? If that was the case, Nalen Qianma was too inhumane. He was worse than a beast. Are you surprised? The Empress smiled bitterly. "Yes, I'm very surprised." "Was he really the one who ambushed you?" asked Lin Feng. He wasn't sure. "He wasn't the one who ambushed me," the Empress said. Lin Feng was puzzled. "If he wasn't the one who ambushed you, why did you ask me to ask him why he wants to kill you?" The Empress said, "Although he wasn't the one who ambushed me, the people who ambushed me are closely related to him. Although those people hid very well, I still felt the same bloodline power as him. Those people should have been sent by him." The Empress said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Is Nalen Qianma still alive? Has he been able to survive until now?" The flow of time in the celestial world is different from the mortal world. In addition, his clan is very special. There shouldn't be a problem for him to survive until now. The Empress said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Given Nalen Qianma's strength, if I tell him what you want me to say, he won't let me go, right? No matter how precious the immortal abode you left in the undying world is, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it." The Empress said, "You have no other choice." "That's not necessarily true. With my current strength and the treasures I have, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to force my way out." Lin Feng said, "This remnant will of mine stayed here to wait for someone like you. If you don't agree, this remnant will do its best to perish together with you." The Empress said threateningly. Lin Feng suddenly looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 2792. But on second thought, this great Empress was indeed miserable. Her fate was full of misfortune. She had met the wrong person. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to fight to the death with the great empress. It wouldn't be good for anyone if they fought to the death. All right, I promise you we can cooperate, Lin Feng said. Now, he had no choice but to agree. Moreover, Lin Feng really sympathized with the great empress. Moreover, after agreeing, Lin Feng could get a real immortal mansion. In that case, he might as well agree. The location of the immortal mansion is recorded in this jade tube. The great empress took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. His divine sense invaded the jade tube and found that it was a road map. It should be the road map to the immortal mansion in the undying realm. Can you teach me some of the 3,000 great Daos? Lin Feng said with a grin. There was nothing he was embarrassed to say. The great empress said, although this remnant soul of mine has mastered the method to use several kinds of divine sense, I have forgotten the cultivation method. Since you have the exact location of the immortal mansion, you can naturally get what you want after entering the immortal mansion. Lin Feng said, although I promised to help you ask Nalin Qianma why he wanted to kill you back then, I won't blindly go looking for Nalin Qianma. Even if I have to look for Nalin Qianma, I will wait until my strength increases before I go looking for Nalin Qianma. Naturally, I won't let you die in vain, the great empress said. Then, her body slowly dissipated. Soon it disappeared. Lin Feng left the immortal mansion. This immortal mansion couldn't be taken away. However, as long as it could be taken away, and valuable things, Lin Feng took them away. I wish you all the best, the great ice dragon said. Lin Feng really had the impulse to kill the great ice dragon with a palm. This guy seemed to have a relatively decent appearance, but in fact, it had an incomparably black-bellied heart. Previously, he had felt that there was something wrong with how easily he had entered the scorching frost god's abode. Sure enough, he had been tricked by the frost dragon. However, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with the frost dragon. After leaving the scorching frost god estate, Lin Feng returned to land. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying shockwave swept across the world. This wave of energy came from the outer realms. The outer regions' trial stars were different from the 9 prefectures. A great world like the 9 prefectures would have an extremely powerful atmosphere outside, and this kind of atmosphere could protect the 9 prefectures. For example, when a star crashed into the 9 states world, it had yet to hit the 9 prefectures world. It had already been obliterated by the atmosphere of the 9 prefectures. However, the atmosphere of the outer realm training star was very thin. If a star were to crash into it, that star would probably directly destroy the outer realm trial star. Therefore, when a war broke out in outer space, the atmosphere of the outer space trial star simply couldn't withstand the surging energy waves. What kind of creatures are fighting? Lin Feng was puzzled. He quickly flew toward the outer space. In the cold and dark outer realms, there was almost no airflow. Moreover, the energy here was very chaotic and difficult to absorb. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to survive in the outer realms. However, any creature that could survive in the outer realms was definitely a group of powerful creatures. Now that a war had broken out in outer space, it was definitely a war between extremely terrifying creatures. As for what kind of creatures they were, it was still unknown. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the location of the war. From afar, he saw a ball of holy light floating in the dark outer realms. Around the holy light, 3 powerful beings were engaged in a fierce battle. The first creature was a void beast that was as huge as a star. This was the supreme overlord of the starry sky world. The second creature was a 9-headed rock. This 9-headed rock's body was more than 1,000 meters long, and its wingspan was more than 2,000 meters. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a 9-headed rock. This creature was extremely terrifying. Its cultivation was heaven-defying. Moreover, the blood of the rock race flowed in its veins. There were many branches of the rock race, such as the demonic blood rock race, the nine-headed rock race, the golden-winged rock race, and so on. The rock race's bloodline was extremely powerful. Moreover, none of these branches of the rock race were weak. The third creature was actually a huge python. It was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. Its huge body lay horizontally in the starry sky world like a continuous mountain range. The huge python was a giant starry sky python, a terrifying race that had existed since the desolate era. Even now, its bloodline was still passed down. These three creatures were supreme overlords of the starry sky world. The void beast's roar shook the nine heavens. Its huge claws shattered the starry sky world. It opened its mouth and spat out a starry sky world. The starry sky world suppressed the nine-headed rock and the giant starry sky python. The nine-headed rock showed its might. All nine had spat out an attack at the same time. The 9 types of attacks converged to form a gigantic living being with a human body and 9 heads. The 9 heads were the heads of the rock. The human bird-headed monster slapped out with its palm. A huge palm that could cover the sky condensed in the starry sky world. The huge palm covered the void beast and the giant starry sky python. The giant starry sky python was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver stream. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The Milky Way turned into a long river. The long river swept across heaven and earth, sweeping toward the nine-headed rock and the giant starry sky python. The 3 terrifying creatures attacked each other. The battle was extremely intense. The starry sky world was pierced through. Boom, boom. Waves of violent fluctuations surged out once again. The 3 terrifying creatures continued to charge up their attacks and attacked each other. However, they kept each other in check. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the victor. After more than 10 rounds of battle, the 3 terrifying creatures flew toward the floating holy light in the starry sky world. Then, they swept toward the holy light. What's inside? Why are the 3 of them fighting so fiercely? Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. The 3 terrifying creatures were about to reach the holy light. Suddenly, waves of violent fluctuations surged out from the ball of holy light. Boom! Then a huge figure appeared. Roar! That tall figure stood in the void, his roar shaking the heaven and earth. Even the countless stars in the starry sky world seemed to be trembling. The creature, an elephant-bodied dragon beast. However, it stood upright. The creature's body moved slightly. It seemed to be able to shatter the starry sky world. Dragon, dragon, dragon elephant. When they saw the huge figure. Chapter 2793. What's going on? What's going on? Lin Feng could no longer remain calm as he looked at the dragon elephant from afar. The thing wrapped in the holy light actually revealed such a huge dragon elephant. It was obvious that the thing in the holy light was related to the dragon elephant. Lin Feng wasn't sure what was inside, but no matter what it was, Lin Feng had already decided to fight for it. No matter what price he had to pay, Lin Feng had to get the thing in the holy light. Because Lin Feng's cultivation method was the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation. It was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. It was like laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the building and the higher the height. The stronger the cultivation method, the more powerful the cultivator's combat power would be when he broke through, and the higher his future achievements would be. Of course, the increase in combat power and future achievements were related to many aspects, such as the opportunity obtained, one's bloodline, and so on. However, among all the factors, the cultivation technique that one cultivated would play a crucial role. Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque elephant skill was now at the 4th level, evolving the arms of the dragon elephant and destroying a planet with one punch. However, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill. The Archean Dragonesque elephant skill was a little special. Previously, there were only 3 levels of the cultivation method. After cultivating to the 3rd level, if one had an opportunity or had an epiphany, they could automatically comprehend the 4th level of the cultivation method. After cultivating the 4th level of the cultivation method, if one had an opportunity or had an epiphany, they could obtain the 5th level of the cultivation method. The arms of the dragon elephant was the ability brought by the 4th level of the cultivation method. Lin Feng wasn't sure what the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill was and what kind of ability it would bring. He had to wait for Lin Feng to comprehend it before he could know. However, after such a long time, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill. Since it was difficult to comprehend, if he was lucky enough, he might be able to obtain the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. Now, something left behind by the Dracophant had appeared in the extraterritorial starry world. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was the opportunity for him to comprehend the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. Roar, roar, roar. After the dragon elephant appeared, it kept roaring. Dracophant arm, Long Xiang roared and swung his right fist at the 3 terrifying creatures. The arm of the dragon elephant was displayed by the dragon elephant, displaying the endless domineering aura of this technique. As the dragon elephant punched out, the stars in the starry sky world revolved around the dragon elephant. It started to spin at an incomparably fast speed. This scene was simply too shocking. "Let's attack together." The 3 living beings roared. They reached an agreement. "Let's destroy this dragon elephant phantom first. After that, they would continue to fight for the treasures within the holy light." Boom, boom, boom. The great void beast, the 9-headed rock, and the giant python of starry sky surged with overwhelming aura. The 3 dominator-level existences did not hold back either. They immediately executed their strongest and most terrifying attacks. The great void beast waved its huge claws at the dragon elephant phantom. The 9-headed rock's huge claws also grabbed at the dragon elephant phantom. The giant python of starry sky whipped its thick, mountain-like tail and smashed it at the dragon elephant phantom. The dragon elephant phantom fought against the 3 of them alone. The arm of the dragon elephant was activated and punched out 3 times consecutively. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 punches collided with the great void beast, the 9-headed rock, and the giant python of starry sky. Instantly, earth-shattering sounds of violent collisions were heard. The 3 overlords of the starry sky were all sent flying by the dragon elephant phantom. This was just a dragon elephant phantom, but it was able to send 3 overlords of the starry sky flying. It was unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how powerful this dragon elephant phantom was when it was alive. However, this dragon elephant phantom was only a phantom after all. It wasn't the real dragon elephant phantom. Therefore, after several collisions, the fluctuations were much weaker than before. It was probably because it had used up too much energy. The dragon elephant phantom then withdrew its form. That ball of holy light chose a direction and quickly flew off. "Haha, it's flying towards me." Seeing the holy light flying towards him, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He soared into the sky and flew towards the holy light. Then, he activated the 5 devouring black holes and the Great Devouring Technique at the same time. The Great Devouring Technique condensed the 6th devouring black hole. The 6 devouring black holes fused together and shrouded the holy light. Lin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to devour the holy light if he used only one method. Therefore, he used both methods. It was all for the sake of double insurance. Despicable human, and you're courting death. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare an ant like you covet the dragon elephant sacred bone? You deserve to die 1,000 times. You're dead meat. No one in this world can save an ant like you. The great void beast, the 9-headed roc, and the giant python of stars roared furiously. He was looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of killing intent. They had no other thoughts now. They just wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng didn't care about the 3 furious cosmic overlords. He was devouring the holy light with all his might. As he was closer to the holy light, Lin Feng saw what was inside the holy light. It was a palm-sized bone. The bone was surrounded by mysterious runes. It emitted a faint holy light. It was actually a dragon elephant sacred bone. It was the most precious bone in the dragon elephant's body. It hid the dragon elephant's secret. After seeing the dragon elephant sacred bone, Lin Feng was ecstatic. The dragon elephant sacred bone was shrouded by the devouring black hole that Lin Feng had conjured. However, the dragon elephant sacred bone obviously didn't want to be devoured by Lin Feng. Therefore, a wave of destructive energy began to surge out from the dragon elephant saint bone. The wave seemed to want to destroy Lin Feng's body. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated the immemorial dragon elephant skill. The dragon elephant sacred bone gave up struggling after sensing the immemorial dragon elephant skill's aura. Lin Feng directly devoured the dragon elephant sacred bone. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the great void beast, the 9-headed roc, and the giant python of stars attacked. The 3 of them were too terrifying. Moreover, they had lived for a very long time. Although they hadn't become great emperors, they were only a step away from becoming great emperors. Chapter 2794. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. The 3 of them were too powerful, and they had joined forces to deal with him. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't continue fighting with them. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Feng stepped on the world of 8 directions and pushed his speed to the extreme. He turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the distance. Lowly human boy, you can't escape. Stop and prepare to die. The 3 space overlords roared furiously. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng snatched the dragon elephant sacred bone right under their noses. How could the 3 space overlords accept such a thing? In their eyes, it was a great humiliation. The 3 space overlords made up their minds. No matter what, they had to catch Lin Feng and kill Lin Feng. If they didn't kill Lin Feng, it would be a shame that they would never be able to wash away in their lives. The 3 space overlords were extremely fast. The 9-headed roc's speed was even more outstanding. This was because the rock race was known for their speed. Once the rock race's speed was displayed, it was simply invincible. If it were someone else, the 9-headed roc would definitely catch up with them. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's speed was fast enough. Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of the extraterritorial trial star. As long as he entered the space-time tunnel, he would be able to shake off the 3 space overlords. This was because if he flew 10 meters in the space-time tunnel, he would have flown a few hundred miles in the real world. The space-time tunnel was a use of space. It was enough to shake off the three space overlords. However, the three space overlords didn't know the location of the space-time coordinates. Therefore, even if they saw Lin Feng enter the space-time tunnel, if they couldn't find the space-time coordinates of the space-time tunnel, they still couldn't find the space-time tunnel. They still couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Seeing how fast Lin Feng was, the three space overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lowly ant, do you only know how to run? If you are a man, stop and fight with us. If you can defeat any one of us, not only will the draconic elephant sacred bone be yours, the three of us will also teach you a top-notch divine ability. How about it? The void beast roared loudly. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Lin Feng replied with a sneer. The void beast's provocation had no effect on him at all. We can swear on our souls that we won't lie to you, the three overlords said coldly. Swearing on one's soul was indeed an extremely serious oath. But even so what? These three space overlords were each more terrifying than the last. It was unknown how many millions of years they had cultivated, but the power they had accumulated was unimaginable. Even if they were to fight one-on-one, Lin Feng did not have the confidence to defeat any one of them. As for those three powerful inheritances, Lin Feng didn't care about them. There were many powerful legacies in this world. He could look for them in the future. There was no need to put himself in danger. Moreover, Lin Feng had already obtained the draconic elephant sacred bone. There was nothing more important than refining the draconic elephant sacred bone. Save it. If you have the energy to chase after me, why don't you go back and continue cultivating? You might even be able to comprehend a move and increase your cultivation. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, Lowly ant, if you don't take the easy way out, you can wait for your death. The three space overlords' voices were extremely cold. Then they began to burn their essence blood to increase their speed. In order to catch Lin Feng, the three space overlords were going all out. They were really going all out. Are they crazy? Seeing how crazy the three space overlords were, Lin Feng was shocked. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Then he began to burn his blood essence to enhance his own strength. Lin Feng's speed increased tremendously. These three bastards caused me to burn so much essence blood. I'll have to go into seclusion for a while to recover. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. In the end, Lin Feng flew back to the extraterritorial training planet. At this time, the three space overlords still couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was unbelievably fast. After returning to the extraterritorial training planet, Lin Feng disappeared into the space-time tunnel. When the three space overlords arrived, Lin Feng was already gone. The roars of the three overlords shook the heavens. They destroyed the extraterritorial training planet. To vent the anger in his heart, just as Lin Feng entered the space-time tunnel to return to the Sky Martial Continent, a cultivator crossed the long route between the 9 states and the Sky Martial Continent and arrived at the Sky Martial Continent. This cultivator came alone. He came to the South Sea world. This cultivator was none other than Emperor God Wu Yuan, the great emperor of the 10,000 tribes. This time, he came to kill Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and obtain Lin Feng's inheritance, magic treasures, and boundless fate energy. Emperor Wu Yuan thought. He stole everything from Lin Feng. He would inherit Lin Feng's fate energy. The things that he got from Lin Feng and the boundless fate energy were enough to support him to continue climbing in the great emperor realm. Continuous breakthrough, continuous surpassing himself, continuous change of fate, continuous increase of cultivation. He had become even more powerful. If he relied on himself, Emperor God Wu Yuan felt that his limit was the Emperor God realm. If he wanted to continue breaking through, it would be extremely difficult. Only when he broke through to the great emperor realm did Emperor God, Wu Yuan, realize that the great emperor realm was just an ant. True change of fate. It started from the great emperor realm. There was a crowd of cultivators flying over from afar. These cultivators were from the 10,000 tribes, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators. Greetings, Emperor God Wu Yuan. The crowd of cultivators knelt down to greet Emperor God Wu Yuan. Dispense with the formalities. Emperor God Wu Yuan said, "Yes, my lord." The cultivators responded with a grunt and then stood up. "Where is Lin Feng? I'm going to kill him now." Emperor God Wu Yuan said coldly. He didn't want to stay in the sky martial continent. He wanted to return to the 9 prefectures because there were many opportunities waiting for him in the 9 prefectures. There were also many secret places waiting for him to explore. Besides the few places of death that couldn't be entered, what else was there in the sky martial continent? Reporting to Great Emperor, Lin Feng disappeared. A boundary emperor said, "Disappeared? What happened?" Emperor God Wu Yuan creased his eyebrows. "That guy disappeared after entering the South Region city. He might have left through a teleportation formation. However, Senior MO Swansea didn't find him in the sky martial continent." The boundary emperor said, "It's very likely that he has entered the extraterritorial world. However, the 9 states macro world is in turmoil right now. He is very important to the human tribe of the 9 states. Moreover, he has just taken charge of the reincarnation celestial sect. Tens of millions of cultivators from overseas have pledged allegiance to him. There are still many things for him to deal with in the 9 states. A war is about to break out in the 9 states. Given his character, he would not leave in a hurry at this time. Perhaps he left temporarily to deal with something. Let's go to the Southern Region city and take a look." Chapter 2795. The ancient ship flew quickly in the space-time tunnel. Lin Feng sat in the cabin and studied the mysterious dragon elephant sacred bone. The dragon elephant sacred bone was emitting a shocking energy wave. Those talismans were mysterious and enigmatic. Lin Feng could sense that those talismans contained terrifying strength. If he didn't cultivate the Archean dragon elephant skill, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the dragon elephant sacred bone. Lin Feng tried to use his godly awareness to penetrate the bones. He wanted to find out more about the secrets of the bones. When his divine will entered, Lin Feng was shocked to find that there was a vast amount of energy within the dragon elephant sacred bone. The energy formed a huge ocean. In the depths of the ocean stood a huge dragon elephant. The dragon elephant stepped on the ocean and had its head above the sky. Its eyes moved slightly. It seemed to be able to destroy the entire universe. The dragon elephant race didn't originate early. There was a saying that they appeared after the immortal ancient era, and another saying that they appeared during the primordial era. Between these 2 sayings, more people believed in the second saying. Although the dragon elephant race appeared later, their talent was too heaven-defying. It was said that the dragon elephant race's talent could be ranked in the top 3 of all races. Even the descendants of Khanate life forms, such as those with the bloodlines of Pangu, Niwa, Zhurong, etc., couldn't be compared to the dragon elephant race. No one knew where the dragon elephant race came from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. However, there were rumors that the dragon elephant race had been born with other Khanate life forms since the creation of the world. However, the dragon elephant race was too heaven-defying. Therefore, although they had been born for countless years, they couldn't be born until the world changed several times, and the laws of heaven and earth could no longer suppress the dragon elephant race. The first dragon elephant was born. Originally, The dragon-elephant race's physical body surpassed that of gods, demons, true dragons, and other terrifying existences. However, the dragon-elephant race pursued the pinnacle and created the Archean dragon-elephant skill. The Archean dragon-elephant skill not only helped the dragon-elephant race to continue improving their physical body, but it also helped the dragon-elephant race to increase their magical power. Cultivation was not something that could be done at the same time. Therefore, if one's physical body was strong, one's magic power would be relatively weak. If one's magic power was strong, one's physical body would be relatively weak. He had gained a lot in a certain aspect. On the other hand, he would gain less. If all the good things happen to you, you'll be the one who gets them. It was too idealistic. This was why the Dragonesque Elephant Clan was so heaven-defying. The Dragonesque Elephant Clan not only had strong physical bodies, but their magic power was also extremely terrifying. Back then, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant dominated the starry sky world. Even a higher plane, like the Heaven Realm, did not dare to provoke the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant art left behind by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant was naturally coveted by countless people, and the one who created the archaic Dragonesque Elephant art was the disciple of Lin Feng's ancestor, who smashed through the Undying Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng obtaining the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art seemed to have been predestined. I wonder who this dragon elephant is. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Dragonesque Elephant Clan had very few clansmen. Now, they were nowhere to be found. No one knew if their clan had been exterminated. The strongest was naturally the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. But other than the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art, the other Dragonesque elephants were also extremely heaven-defying. Can I refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into my body? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Previously, he had refined an Emperor Bone and a White Tiger Saint Bone. Now, refining another Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone was naturally not something impossible. The Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone could be refined into the arm. Because the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone contained extremely terrifying power, it perfectly complemented Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Once the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone was refined into the arm, when the time came, he would activate it. The power of the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone would surge into the Dragonesque Elephant arm. How terrifying would the battle power be? 5 times the Dragonesque Elephant arm and the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone's power. Just thinking about the power of this punch, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. Refining it into the right arm is the most suitable. Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into his right arm, although he could also refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into his left arm. Lin Feng wasn't a left-handed cultivator. His right arm was the arm that he used most of his strength on. Therefore, refining the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into his right arm was the most suitable. Lin Feng cut open his right arm. Then, he inserted the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into the gap between the bones of his right arm. Next, he circulated the immortal body to heal the wound on his arm. Then, Lin Feng started to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Originally, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone rejected Lin Feng's body. But after circulating the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone developed a feeling of extreme dependence on Lin Feng's body. Gradually, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone began to fuse with Lin Feng's bones. As the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone fused with his bones, Lin Feng felt waves of scorching energy being emitted from his arm. Lin Feng felt that he didn't even need to circulate the Dragonesque Elephant arm. Just a casual wave of his right fist could easily destroy a planet. As the dragonesque elephant saint bone gradually fused with Lin Feng's bones, the energy within the dragonesque elephant saint bone could be mobilized and used by Lin Feng anytime. It took about a day's time. The dragonesque elephant saint bone finally fused completely with Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng felt as if his arm had become the arm of a dragonesque elephant. That kind of explosive feeling of power. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Now, even he himself didn't know how powerful the destructive power of this punch would be. Archean dragonesque elephant, immortal throughout the ages. Even if the heavens and earth are destroyed, the dragonesque elephant will not perish. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng was shocked. Then, a mysterious chant appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's divine thought entered the chant, and his face was instantly filled with joy. The chant was actually the 5th stage of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. After Emperor God, Wu Yuan, and the others arrived at South Region City, they waited at the teleportation square. Time passed by day. Finally, on this day, there was a violent movement that swept across the universe. The only teleportation formation that led to the extraterritorial region shook vigorously. "I'm back, Emperor God, Wu Yuan's." eyes suddenly shot out a chilling gaze. His body swayed, and he appeared beside the teleportation formation. Emperor God, Wu Yuan wouldn't kill Lin Feng directly. Instead, he wanted to capture Lin Feng alive because he wasn't sure if there was a seal in Lin Feng's mind. If there was a seal, he wouldn't be able to search Lin Feng's soul even if he killed him. Then, Emperor God, Wu Yuan wouldn't be able to get the secrets and divine powers on Lin Feng. If he captured Lin Feng alive, he could slowly force out all his secrets and divine powers. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and Lin Feng flew out from the space-time tunnel and appeared in the teleportation formation. "Kid, be suppressed by me." Emperor God, Wu Yuan, laughed maliciously, and a terrifying aura spread out. He opened his hand and moved towards Lin Feng, trying to oppress him. Lin Feng also saw Emperor God, Wu Yuan. When he felt the aura from Emperor God, Wu Yuan's body, his face changed abruptly. It was actually a great emperor. A great emperor was waiting for him outside. Chapter 2796. When a great emperor appeared, it was really terrifying. The attack of a great emperor made one feel hopeless. Even the weakest great emperor wasn't someone Lin Feng could fight against. However, Lin Feng was never someone who gave up hope. Plus, Emperor God Wu Yuan was so close to Lin Feng, and he wanted to suppress Lin Feng. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng. That gave Lin Feng an opportunity. 5 times arm of dragon elephant, saint bone of dragon elephant, overlay of domineering aura. Lin Feng was multitasking, and he gave full play to his fighting power. The 3 overlay of domineering aura formed a magnetic field, and the strong magnetic field affected Emperor God Wu Yuan. For an expert like Emperor God Wu Yuan, his fighting power was too overpowered. Hence, Lin Feng couldn't use his domineering aura to suppress Emperor God Wu Yuan. However, his domineering aura could still weaken part of Emperor God Wu Yuan's fighting power. 5 times arm of dragon elephant was already strong enough. Plus, Lin Feng had activated the boundless power in Saint Bone of Dragon Elephant. The boundless power shook the void, and it was so strong that it was shocking. Plus, Arm of Dragon Elephant and Saint Bone of Dragon Elephant formed a mysterious resonance. The resonance could greatly increase Lin Feng's fighting power. Lin Feng swung his right fist and hit Emperor God Wu Yuan. Does this kid think he can block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack? He's overestimating himself. Let's wait and see how this kid dies. The surrounding people laughed coldly, and they looked at Lin Feng coldly. From their point of view, Lin Feng was hitting a rock with an egg and overestimating himself. Emperor God, Wu Yuan looked at him in disdain. He was a great emperor-level existence. How could he not suppress Lin Feng, a mere giant god realm cultivator? Although Emperor God, Wu Yuan didn't want to kill Lin Feng immediately, teaching Lin Feng a lesson wouldn't affect the overall situation. As long as he didn't kill Lin Feng, it would be fine. With that thought in mind, Emperor God, Wu Yuan's palm power that was pressing down became stronger. Bam! In the next moment, a dull collision sound was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng and Emperor God Wu Yuan had collided. Tap, 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 tap. Lin Feng retreated continuously while Emperor God Wu Yuan was sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Feng's punch. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Emperor God Wu Yuan was such a strong existence. He was actually sent flying with a single punch. The person who sent Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with a punch was a great emperor-level expert. However, the crucial problem was that the cultivator who had killed Emperor God Wu Yuan with one punch was only a young human cultivator. No matter how imaginative a person was, they wouldn't dare to imagine what had just happened. Swoosh! After sending Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with one punch, Lin Feng took out a void shift talisman. It was a talisman that he had carved himself. It could instantly shift a distance of 300 miles. Such a jade talisman was extremely precious. The main reason was that the materials used to carve the jade talisman were hard to find. Lin Feng crushed the void shift talisman and instantly teleported out. Although he had sent Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with one punch earlier, Lin Feng knew it was because Emperor God Wu Yuan had been careless. On top of that, the fight earlier was a collision of physical bodies. It wasn't a collision of divine powers. Lin Feng activated Dragon Elephant Arm and Dragon Elephant Saint Bone 5 times, but it still didn't cause much damage to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Looking at the scene, Lin Feng knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. Plus, once Emperor God Wu Yuan activated his divine powers to deal with him, by then he wouldn't have any power to fight back. No matter how weak a great emperor was, he was still a great emperor. The fighting power of a great emperor was unimaginable. Although Emperor God Wu Yuan was only in the first heaven of Emperor God realm, it was enough to suppress any cultivator who wasn't an emperor god. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't continue to fight with Emperor God Wu Yuan. If he did, he would only die. It was best to leave then. So, he crushed a void shift talisman. Then, he quickly left the place. D*M*, D*M*, D*M*. I want to tear you into pieces. Emperor God Wu Yuan roared in exasperation. He couldn't accept what had just happened. He was a great emperor-level existence. He was actually sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Feng, a giant god realm cultivator. If the matter were to spread out, he would simply become a laughing stock. In the circle of great emperors, he would lose all his reputation. Even if the matter wasn't spread out, Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't take it. He felt endless humiliation and anger. Emperor God Wu Yuan was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Go and die. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and looked at the surrounding cultivators from the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powerhouses. What happened today definitely couldn't be spread out. So, Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to kill those people. He waved his hand, and there was a surge of demon light. The tumbling demon light swallowed everyone. Great Emperor please spare our lives. We will keep this a secret. Great Emperor, please spare our lives. We will definitely keep this a secret. The cultivators from the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powerhouses begged in fear. They hoped that Emperor God Wu Yuan would spare their lives. Only dead people can keep secrets. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly. The terrifying demon light swallowed everyone instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies exploding could be heard. Very soon, everyone was killed. After Emperor God Wu Yuan killed the cultivators, he shuttled through the void and chased after Lin Feng quickly. Lin Feng appeared 300 miles away, and he quickly plunged into the distance. But in no time, Emperor God Wu Yuan tore through the void and chased after him. He laughed coldly. Little bastard, you won't be able to escape. No one in this world can save you. When Lin Feng saw that godly Emperor Wu Yuan was chasing him, he pulled a long face. He was in trouble. A great emperor was chasing him. Escaping was going to be extremely difficult. Lin Feng took out another void shift talisman. Lin Feng teleported out again. But very soon, Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him again. An Emperor God level existence could travel through space-time. So, it was extremely difficult for Lin Feng to escape from Emperor God Wu Yuan's chase with space-time shift talisman. After a dozen times, Lin Feng still couldn't escape from Emperor God Wu Yuan's chase. His expression grew more and more unsightly. Kid, how many space-time shift talismans do you have? When all of them are used up, it will be your time to die. Have you thought about how you want to die? Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously. From his point of view, Lin Feng was just struggling before he died. Chapter 2797. Lin Feng replied with a cold smile, "Don't be happy too early. We don't know who will emerge victorious yet. Let's wait and see." Emperor God Wu Yuan instantly revealed a look of disdain. He sneered, "Do you think you can fight evenly with me? What a joke. An ant-like existence. Where did you get the confidence to say such words in front of me? You keep saying that others are ants, but who do you think you are? When I was in Giant God Realm, I could send you flying. If I were in the same realm as you, I could pinch you to death with a finger." Lin Feng replied loudly. In terms of eloquence, Lin Feng was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Compared to Lin Feng, Emperor God Wu Yuan was much weaker in terms of eloquence. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Emperor God Wu Yuan flew into a rage. Don't hit someone's face when you hit someone. Don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold someone. Previously, he had been sent flying by Lin Feng with one punch. That was a great humiliation to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan wished that it hadn't happened. He wished that he could forget about it. He tried his best not to think about it, but then Lin Feng had exposed it. How could Emperor God Wu Yuan not hate him? Little bastard, although you are jumping around happily now, I would like to see if you are still jumping around happily after I catch you. Emperor God Wu Yuan looked at Lin Feng coldly. Boom! There was a terrifying fluctuation that spread out. Emperor God Wu Yuan increased his speed and wanted to catch up with Lin Feng. Why? Did I poke your sore spot? Lin Feng continued to mock him. Emperor God Wu Yuan clenched his teeth in anger. He didn't talk to Lin Feng anymore, but continued to increase his speed to chase after Lin Feng, because he realized that if he continued to bicker with Lin Feng, he was the one who was infuriated. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out the Void Shift Talisman. Light flashed. He once again disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was already 300 miles away. one qi into 3 pure ones. Then Lin Feng used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. He split into 3. The 3 figures of Lin Feng were vivid and lifelike. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Next, the 3 Lin Feng doppelgangers quickly flew off in 3 different directions. Each of the Lin Feng doppelgangers was holding a void transference talisman. The 3 Lin Fengs waited for Emperor God Wu Yuan to arrive. Then, they instantly crushed the void shift talisman. When Emperor God Wu Yuan saw the 3 Lin Feng, he would definitely be mesmerized. "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously, and he stepped out of the void. Meanwhile, the 3 Lin Fengs simultaneously crushed the void transference talisman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then the light flickered. The 3 Lin Fengs teleported out at the same time. 3. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew grave. If there was more time, Emperor God Wu Yuan might be able to tell which one of the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers was the real one. However, he had just chased over when the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers had already traveled through the void and left. Emperor God Wu Yuan only saw the back view of the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers. He didn't even have time to check which one of the 3 Lin Feng's doppelgangers was the real Lin Feng. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew grave, and he let out 2 breaths of air. The 2 breaths of air turned into 2 doppelgangers, and they chased after the 2 Lin Feng's doppelgangers. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelgangers chased after one of the Lin Feng's doppelgangers. A great emperor could create doppelgangers by blowing air. It was a terrifying power that only great emperors could master. Plus, the doppelgangers that were created were extremely powerful. Emperor God Wu Yuan was very confident in his doppelgangers. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for his doppelgangers to hold back Lin Feng's doppelgangers. As long as he could hold back Lin Feng, he could hurry over and seal the universe. By then, even if Lin Feng had void shift talisman, he wouldn't be able to use it. By then, Lin Feng would be like a turtle in a jar. After Lin Feng transformed into Sanqing with 1 breath, his doppelgangers continued to crush void shift talisman to return to South Region City. South Region City was the closest ancient city to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying a great emperor was. To escape from the hands of a great emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Then it was either he or Emperor God Wu Yuan who would die. Since that was the case, he might as well take a risk. Lin Feng planned to take the teleportation formation from South Region City to return to Desolate Region. South Region City had a teleportation formation that was connected to North Desolate City. In Fallen God Cliff, danger lurked everywhere. However, Lin Feng felt that he was related to the Divine Demon. If he were to find the Divine Demon, he might be able to borrow the power of the Divine Demon to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. That was the only way that Lin Feng could think of to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. Lin Feng returned to South Region City quickly and started to activate the teleportation formation in South Region City. The teleportation formation gave out a violent fluctuation, and it was gradually recovering. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan came over quickly. When Lin Feng saw Emperor God Wu Yuan, he couldn't help but change his expression. However, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief very quickly. The one that came after him wasn't the original body of Emperor God Wu Yuan, but a doppelganger. It was the figure that Emperor God Wu Yuan had spat out. Be *starred. You won't be able to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger laughed maliciously and pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't continue fighting because Emperor God Wu Yuan might be rushing over. He had to get rid of the doppelganger quickly. Hence, when Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger rushed over, Lin Feng took out his Demon Emperor's small world straight away. Then, he controlled Demon Emperor's small world with all his might to suppress Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. There was a loud rumble, and Demon Emperor's small world descended from the sky and suppressed Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Bang, bang, bang. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger attacked as fast as lightning. He threw punch after punch at Demon Emperor's small world. Although it was formed by a breath, it was extremely terrifying. If that were to go on, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Just then, a demonic figure appeared behind Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger silently. The figure was none other than Demon Lord. After Demon Lord appeared, he threw a punch at Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger was fighting with Lin Feng. Demon Lord's concealment skills were too powerful. Hence, after Demon Lord hid behind Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger didn't notice Demon Lord. Demon Lord threw a punch at Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger sensed Demon Lord behind him. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger turned around and threw a punch at Demon Lord. The moment he clashed with Demon Lord, Five Dragon Will tore the void and came next to Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Then it crushed the head of Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Lin Feng and Demon Lord cooperated seamlessly, and they killed Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger quickly. Hurry up and leave, Lin Feng said. He quickly kept Five Dragon Wheel and Demon Emperor's small world. Chapter 2798. Lin Feng walked out of the teleportation plaza of North Desolated City quickly. Then, he did not stay in North Desolated City. He flew far away quickly. Soon, he left North Desolated City. After leaving North Desolated City, Lin Feng flew towards the direction of God Falling Cliff. Lin Feng did not expect to come to God Falling Cliff twice in such a short period of time. A terrifying aura could be felt everywhere in this place. Previously, the ancient demon soldiers had shown their prowess and killed many cultivators. Of course, those cultivators were from the 10,000 tribes, extraterrestrial tribes, and other forces. They were not worthy of Lin Feng's pity. When Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of God Falling Cliff, a terrifying aura filled the area. The void split open. Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes were glowing coldly as he looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. He laughed coldly. What are you planning to do by luring me to God Falling Cliff? When Emperor God Wu Yuan came to Jojo from Heavenly Sage Great World, he first came to Sky Martial Continent, and then went to Jojo from Sky Martial Continent. Hence, Emperor God Wu Yuan had come to God Falling Cliff before. Back then, he and a few other great emperors had come to God Falling Cliff and looked at it from afar. They had even planned to explore God Falling Cliff. Although God Falling Cliff was a land of death in Sky Martial Continent, and it was rumored to be extremely dangerous, the few great emperors were all powerful. Plus, they had teamed up to explore God Falling Cliff. They were fearless. However, before entering God Falling Cliff, they gave up. Hence, the few great emperors had a vague feeling of uneasiness. The few great emperors were cautious, and they did not take the risk to enter God Falling Cliff. After leaving God Falling Cliff, Emperor God Wu Yuan and the rest went to a few other lands of death. Every time they went to a land of death, it would be extremely dangerous. Then, Lin Feng had come to God Falling Cliff. Emperor God Wu Yuan naturally wouldn't think that Lin Feng had come to the place by accident. It was obvious that Lin Feng had purposely lured him there. If you want to know why I lured you here, follow me into God Falling Cliff. Lin Feng took out the mysterious iron box and carried it on his back. The mysterious iron box could intimidate the terrifying creatures in the land of death. This was very important to Lin Feng, because the strength of the creatures in the land of death was too terrifying. With his current cultivation level, he might also encounter a calamity if he were to enter. With the mysterious iron box to intimidate those creatures, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Seeing Lin Feng enter God Falling Cliff, Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression grew extremely gloomy. He was also a little hesitant, not knowing if he should go in and capture Lin Feng. Lin Feng had probably lured him here to scheme against him. If he entered, he might be plotted against, but if he didn't enter, he wouldn't be able to catch Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? This emperor is a god emperor realm expert. Don't tell me a mere giant god cultivator is plotting against me. Very soon, Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly. He was a great emperor, and he was naturally confident. Emperor God Wu Yuan stepped into God Falling Cliff and chased after Lin Feng quickly. "Senior, where are you?" Lin Feng called for the demon god in God Falling Cliff. But what made Lin Feng depressed was the demon god didn't appear at all. Just then, Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him. "Senior, could it be that you know some creatures in God Falling Cliff? But from the looks of it, that creature doesn't intend to help you. But then again, who would offend a great emperor for an unrelated person?" Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were glowing with cold light. When godly Emperor Wu Yuan finished talking, he raised his right hand and moved towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm emitted a wave that could destroy the heavens and the earth. An energy palm was formed, and it was as heavy as Mount Tai. It covered Lin Feng. The attack was really terrifying. Lin Feng felt an extreme danger. He wanted to use heaven patching skill to travel out, but he realized that the surrounding void was sealed by Emperor God Wu Yuan's palm. Hence, Lin Feng's heaven patching skill couldn't be used. *T, Lin Feng's face changed. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was really strong, and he felt a dangerous aura. If he wasn't careful, he might die in the hands of Emperor God Wu Yuan. How could a great emperor's attack be insignificant? Just as Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was about to hit Lin Feng quickly adjusted the prohibition around him to block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack. That was one of Lin Feng's scariest moves. Lin Feng wasn't just talented, but also powerful. He was also the successor of Heaven Master's lineage. This lineage, their control of formation, was unparalleled. No one could compete with this lineage in terms of formation attainments. Lin Feng's control of formation had reached an extremely high level. Lin Feng could control some of the prohibition in Death Impasse. In the void, the prohibition was densely packed, and it blocked Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was greatly weakened by the prohibition, and its power was greatly reduced. However, the prohibition wasn't able to block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack completely. In the end, the palm hit Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. However, Lin Feng wasn't injured as badly as he had imagined. Lin Feng's expression grew extremely gloomy. He quickly got up from the ground and charged deep inside. Emperor God Wu Yuan was too scary. Both of them weren't on the same level. Hence, Lin Feng didn't plan to fight to the death with Emperor God Wu Yuan. Although the divine demon didn't appear, Lin Feng thought of another idea. However, that method was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might die. However, Lin Feng didn't have any other ideas. That was the only idea he could think of. Lin Feng quickly ran towards the cave where the ancient demon soldier was suppressed. Although the ancient demon soldier was suppressed, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. If he lured Emperor God Wu Yuan into the cave where the ancient demon soldier was suppressed, the ancient demon soldier definitely wouldn't let Emperor God Wu Yuan off. The ancient demon soldier longed to swallow a powerful bloodline. The bloodline of a great emperor naturally made the ancient demon soldier extremely excited. Of course, the ancient demon soldier wouldn't let Lin Feng off. Lin Feng's ancestor, heaven-swallowing demon emperor, suppressed the ancient demon soldier. The ancient demon soldier hated the house and its crow. It even hated Lin Feng. Lin Feng wouldn't wait for death. He planned to fight to the death and think of a way to escape when the ancient demon soldier killed Emperor God Wu Yuan. Be *starred, you're too weak. In front of me, you're just an ant. How did that palm feel? Chapter 2799. Lin Feng smirked coldly and ignored Emperor God Wu Yuan. This guy would cry later. Then, there was no need to provoke Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan would follow him all the way. As Lin Feng plunged into the depths, he activated the prohibition in the land of death to deal with Emperor God Wu Yuan, so that Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't catch up with him. Emperor God Wu Yuan had to deal with the formation that Lin Feng had activated. As for Lin Feng, he disappeared into the mountain range in front of him. After Emperor God Wu Yuan broke the prohibition, he chased after him and smirked coldly. Do you think you can just hide? Trying to hide from the detection of a great emperor is simply daydreaming. Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the depths of the mountain range and looked at a cave. That cave was the one that suppressed the ancient demon weapon, Demon Saber Blood. After arriving at that place, Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the cave without hesitation. Because Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't sense the aura of Demon Saber Blood. Demon Saber Blood was very cunning. When Demon Saber Blood sensed Emperor God Wu Yuan's arrival, it hid its aura completely. Lin Feng couldn't hide from Emperor God Wu Yuan's detection, even if he hid his aura. But Demon Saber Blood could, because Demon Saber Blood was too strong. It was an ancient demon weapon. Such an ancient demon weapon. Any one of them had unimaginable fighting power. Even if it was suppressed, its fighting power was still unbelievably strong. Hence, Demon Saber Blood was able to hide from Emperor God Wu Yuan's detection. Plus, Demon Saber Blood guessed why Lin Feng lured Emperor God Wu Yuan over. Demon Saber Blood was smirking coldly. "Wanna kill with a borrowed knife? By then, I will kill both of you. Little bastard, I know that you are hiding in this place. Hurry up and come out. Don't hide anymore. No matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape." Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and looked at the depths of the cave with his cold eyes. However, there was only his echo in the cave, and Lin Feng's voice wasn't heard at all. Lin Feng did not reply to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Little bastard, today is the day you die. Very soon, I will be able to catch you. But don't worry, before I kill you, I will definitely torture you. If I don't torture you properly, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred." Emperor God Wu Yuan increased his speed. A huge mountainside appeared in front of them. Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the mountainside. As soon as he entered the belly of the mountain, he saw Lin Feng standing there. Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but be confused. He didn't know why Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the mountain boldly instead of hiding. "You're here. Lin Feng looked at Emperor God Wu Yuan, and his expression grew gloomy. He had no choice but to lure Emperor God Wu Yuan here. Now that Lin Feng knew that the demonic blood blade had locked onto him, he didn't dare to act rashly. What the hell are you doing? Emperor God Wu Yuan also felt that something was amiss. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression, and there was a chilly light in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, kid, not bad, not bad. You have lured a great emperor here. Now, I can't even bear to kill you. Loud laughter could be heard from the depth of the mountainside. The void split open. The demonic blood blade flew out. The demonic blood blade had hidden itself previously, and it only appeared then. Ancient weapon! After seeing the demonic blood blade, Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was obvious that Emperor God Wu Yuan was knowledgeable, and he recognized that the demonic blood blade was an extremely rare ancient weapon. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes instantly revealed boundless greed. The ancient weapon, demonic blood blade, didn't scare Emperor God Wu Yuan. Instead, it aroused Emperor God Wu Yuan's greed. An ancient weapon. If he could get it, how much would his fighting power increase? By then, even if it were a great emperor who was 1 or 2 realms higher than him, he would be able to kill him easily. Thinking of that, Emperor God Wu Yuan shivered in excitement. At that very moment, Emperor God Wu Yuan was immersed in a wonderful fantasy and couldn't extricate himself. Looking at Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Emperor God Wu Yuan was greedy for the demonic blood blade, and the demonic blood blade was filled with murderous intent towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Lin Feng hoped that the two of them would fight as fiercely as possible. It would be best if both of them were severely injured and both of them died there in the end. Although you are the weakest great emperor, you are still a great emperor. To me, the bloodline of a great emperor is still very useful. A cold voice could be heard from the demonic blood blade. There was a terrifying fluctuation that surged out from the demonic blood blade. It was obvious that the demonic blood blade was preparing a strong attack. You are just an ancient weapon that is suppressed. How much of your power can you unleash? How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know your limits. Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression was extremely cold. He was an extremely arrogant person, and he hated it when people looked down on him. Then he was looked down upon by the demonic blood blade, and Emperor God Wu Yuan was naturally furious. Emperor God Wu Yuan waved his hand, and a star sword appeared. The star's sword emitted waves of destructive power. It was actually an emperor weapon, and it could possibly be an emperor weapon that Emperor God Wu Yuan had forged. How dare you be so presumptuous towards me? You are simply courting death. As you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. There was a cold laugh from the demonic blood blade. Virum! Then the demonic blood blade shook the void. Then it slashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Facing the attack of the demonic blood blade, Emperor God Wu Yuan was indifferent. He held the star sword and slashed at the demonic blood blade. Clang! The demonic blood blade and the emperor weapon, star sword, clashed, and there was a clanging sound. The strong fluctuation tore the void apart. Both of them couldn't determine the winner. However, the demonic blood blade and Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't stop. Both of them were preparing a stronger attack to attack each other. Looking at the two of them fighting, Lin Feng's eyes brightened up. If I don't leave now, when should I? Then it was the best chance to leave. Swoosh! Lin Feng stepped on the Eight Corners world and increased his speed to the fastest. He turned into a bolt of lightning and wanted to dash out of the mountainside. Then the formation patterns intertwined. They blocked the exit. Lin Feng hit the formation patterns and bounced back. There was a sinister laugh from the demonic blood blade. Today, both of you won't be able to escape. Both of you will die here. Boom! Then the demonic blood blade gave off a boundless, terrifying aura. Then the scene in front of him changed. Lin Feng realized that he was in a forest. His expression changed drastically. It was a small world formed by the demonic blood blade. Then he was swallowed by the small world formed by the demonic blood blade. Things were probably going to be bad. Previously, he was lucky enough to escape death when the divine demon took action. This time, it was hard for him to escape. Chapter 2800. Emperor God Wu Yuan and Lin Feng were both swallowed. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's situation was worse than Lin Feng's because Emperor God Wu Yuan was attacked by Demon Saberblood crazily in the small world that Demon Saberblood created. The original body of Demon Saberblood appeared in the small world. There were chains intertwined in the void. They were the rules of order of heaven and earth in the small world that Demon Saberblood created. The chains were moving towards Emperor God Wu Yuan to entangle him. They wanted to bind Emperor God Wu Yuan. If Emperor God Wu Yuan were to be entangled by the chains of order, he would only end up dead. Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't expect Demon Saberblood to be so hard to deal with. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew extremely gloomy. If he wasn't swallowed into the small world, Emperor God Wu Yuan believed that with Demon Saberblood, he would be able to fight evenly with Demon Saberblood. But then, it was too difficult to fight against Demon Saberblood. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face was as ugly as it could get. Clang! Emperor God Wu Yuan held Star Sword and sent Demon Saberblood flying. He became one with his sword. He broke the rules of order that wrapped around him. Then, he wanted to break the realm crystal wall of the small world to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan lived up to his name as a great emperor. He found the location of the realm crystal wall in an instant. Then, he swung his sword at the realm crystal wall fiercely. Clang! The sword strike struck the realm crystal wall with a resounding clang. It was as if the sword strike had struck a metal wall. The realm crystal wall was strong, and it was integrated with the power of world. It wasn't something that could be broken easily. You are only an emperor god. How can you break the realm crystal wall that is made of ancient weapons? You are simply indulging in fantasy. Demon Saberblood appeared and attacked Emperor God Wu Yuan. Saber slashes heaven and earth. There was a cold voice from Demon Saberblood. Then, Demon Saberblood slashed at Emperor God Wu Yuan. When the saber slashed out, something terrible happened. In the void, there were densely packed saber lights. The endless saber lights turned the entire area into a world of saber lights. Facing such a violent attack from Demon Saberblood, Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. Emperor God Wu Yuan activated the Emperor Weapon Star Sword with all his might. At that moment, it was as if he had become one with the Stellar Sword. One sword to break all laws. Emperor God Wu Yuan's voice was cold as he swung his sword. The densely packed saber lights broke into pieces straight away. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was unusually fierce, and it could be described as shocking. At that moment, Demon Saberblood dashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Very soon, it arrived beside Emperor God Wu Yuan. The terrifying saber vibrated with boundless murderous intention as it slashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan quickly waved his star sword to block the attack. Clang! Sword and saber collided. Sparks flew everywhere. The demonic blood saber and the star's sword clashed again. Something creepy happened. The devil's blood-dissipating blade had actually left a 3-centimeter-long gash on the star's sword's blade. The Starlight Sword was an imperial armament, a powerful weapon. It actually couldn't block the attack of the demonic bloodsaber. An ancient weapon was an ancient weapon after all. It was simply too terrifying. At the same time, in the void, the densely packed rules of order of heaven and earth entangled Emperor God Wu Yuan again. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan was held back by the demonic bloodsaber. Hence, he couldn't get rid of it. His body was entangled by the rules of order. No, Emperor God Wu Yuan let out a terrified cry. Poof! The next moment, Emperor God Wu Yuan's head was chopped off by the demonic bloodsaber. Emperor God Wu Yuan died. Hee. Sinister laughter could be heard from the demonic bloodsaber. The demonic bloodsaber swallowed Emperor God Wu Yuan's blood, flesh, and spirit straight away and disappeared instantly. In another direction, in front of the world crystal wall, Lin Feng was controlling the demon emperor's small world to continuously hit the small world that was created by the ancient demon weapon demonic bloodsaber. Although they were both small worlds, it was obvious that the small world created by the demonic bloodsaber was much stronger than Lin Feng's small world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The shifter Thearka's small world slammed into the realm crystal wall again and again, creating earth-shattering booms. However, there were many hits. They couldn't break the realm crystal wall of the small world created by the demonic bloodsaber. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. The demonic bloodsaber appeared. The demonic bloodsaber transformed into a black-robed cultivator, and he looked exactly the same as the first time Lin Feng had seen him. It was the weapon spirit of the demonic bloodsaber. However, the weapon spirit seemed to have merged perfectly with the saber body. Hence, it was unusually scary. Kid, stop struggling. That guy is already dead. I have to thank you for luring a great emperor here for me to swallow. Originally, I wanted to torture you ruthlessly and kill you after I'm done. However, I've changed my mind now. In order to thank you for luring a great emperor here, I've decided to give you a quick death. The black-robed cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng said fiercely, D***amenet. I'm a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. If I die, you won't have an easy time either. The black-robed cultivator sneered. I'll be free soon. Once I'm free, what's the use of the cultivator behind you? No matter how powerful he is, if I want to hide from the person behind you, the person behind you won't be able to find me. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator transformed into the demonic bloodsaber again. Swoosh! There was a flash of cold light. The demonic bloodsaber slashed at the demon emperor's small world. There was a spluttering sound. The demonic bloodsaber tore the demon emperor's small world apart. Then it slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was locked down by the demonic bloodsaber and faced with this terrifying attack. Lin Feng was shocked to discover that this attack had sealed the void, and he couldn't dodge it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the fallen god cliff, a sleeping existence opened its eyes. Lord Sovereign, you're awake. The terrifying beings guarding the fallen god cliff all knelt on the ground and bowed to this awakened existence. This awakened existence was a little girl. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this little girl. This little girl was none other than Li Mingxi. Back then, Lin Feng brought Li Mingxi out of the fallen god cliff, but he didn't know her true identity. This little girl was the sovereign of the land of death. Because of the primordial contract, she couldn't leave the land of death for the time being. Swoosh! Li Mingxi disappeared from the fallen god cliff. In the Demon Emperor's small world, the demonic blood saber was about to cut Lin Feng in half. Suddenly, a small white hand reached out from the void and grabbed the demonic blood saber. Li Mingxi, Chapter 2801. Who dares to stop me? A furious roar came from the fiend blood saber. Someone had actually grabbed the saber's hilt, preventing it from killing Lin Feng. The fiend blood saber was furious. "It's me." Li Mingxi stepped out of the void. Her cold voice suddenly resounded. She was shrouded in a cloud of chaotic fog. Lin Feng couldn't see her appearance. He didn't know who had intervened. But when Lin Feng heard that voice, it sounded very young. It was most likely a little girl. In the past, Li Mingxi was very obedient when she was with Lin Feng. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Now that Li Mingxi's voice had become cold, Lin Feng didn't recognize her voice. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think of Li Mingxi either. In his memory, Li Mingxi was a cute little girl who was adorable and adorable. However, this mysterious little girl shrouded in chaotic fog was very powerful. Lin Feng naturally couldn't imagine Li Mingxi as this little girl. The fiend blood saber also recognized the little girl's identity. A grave voice came from the fiend blood saber. "We've minded our own business. Why are you stopping me?" The fiend blood saber knew how terrifying this little girl was, but it had its own dignity. If it hadn't been suppressed, the fiend blood saber wouldn't have been afraid of this little girl. "This is my territory. I can do whatever I want. Do I need to explain myself to you?" The little girl's voice was cold. She was extremely domineering. "You win," the fiend blood saber said through gritted teeth. Being forced by the little girl like this made it lose all its face, and it was extremely depressed. However, the fiend blood saber had no way of resisting this little girl. If he really angered this little girl, he didn't know what she would do. "I'll leave this kid to you. Why aren't you letting me go?" The fiend blood saber said in a deep voice. "Anyone who sees the great emperor's essence will have a share. You can take half of it." Li Mingxi said, "Take half of it. You're delusional. Worst comes to worst, we'll just fight. We ancient weapons are not necessarily afraid of your race." The demonic blood saber said coldly, "Really? Do you think I can't destroy you?" Li Mingxi's voice was icy cold as countless runes appeared on her palm. What a powerful little girl. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. This mysterious little girl was clearly threatening the demonic blood saber. But this little girl's strength was indeed too strong. She did have the strength to threaten the demonic blood saber. "Fine, fine, fine. Now that I'm sealed, I can't use my combat strength. I'll tolerate you today. However, it's impossible for you to get 50% of the great sovereign source without putting in any effort. Isn't that a fool's dream? I'll give you 10% at most." The demonic blood saber said coldly. Naturally, it knew that since Li Mingxi had proposed 50% of the great emperor's origins, she had left some room for negotiation. "Too little," Li Mingxi said coldly. 20%. That's the most I can agree to," Demon Saber said. 30%. Li Mingxi said. The demonic blood saber did not speak for a long time. It was probably furious. In the end, it gritted its teeth and said, "Fine, 30% it shall be." Swoosh. In the next moment, a ball of energy flew out of the demonic blood saber with 30% of the great emperor's origins. Previously, after the demonic blood saber had devoured Emperor God Wu Yuan's great emperor's origins, it did not refine it, but used it to deal with Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng first and devour Lin Feng's origins before refining them together. But who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? The demonic blood saber was depressed. If it had known, it would have refined the great emperor's origins before dealing with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was trapped in the demonic blood saber and could not escape. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Li Mingxi let go of the demonic blood saber. The demonic blood saber quickly flew out of the demonic blood saber. As for Lin Feng, he kept the demonic blood saber. Li Mingxi took Lin Feng, and the two of them left the demonic blood saber's small world. *MN. Why did she suddenly wake up? She seemed to have taken action because of that little kid. Logically speaking, that little kid should not have any interaction with her. Could it be that that little kid's ancestor had some interaction with her? I don't dare. That's not right either. After Li Mingxi and Lin Feng left, the demonic blood saber muttered in confusion. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Li Mingxi appeared outside. Thank you for saving me. Lin Feng cupped his fists. He wanted to thank Senior for saving him, but the voice of the person in front of him seemed to be a little girl. It was not appropriate for him to call her Senior, but it did not seem right to thank her for saving him. So, he did not address the mysterious little girl. It was just a simple thank you. Li Mingxi did not show herself. With a flick of her finger, the demonic blood saber flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the little girl to give him the demonic blood saber's origin. Who was this little girl? Why did she save him? And she even gave him the demonic blood saber's origin. Lin Feng was extremely confused. Swish, Li Mingxi waved her right hand, and Lin Feng disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the God-fallen cliff. Lin Feng stood outside the God-fallen cliff and looked at it. What happened today was too shocking for him. Lin Feng was even more confused about the little girl's identity. But since the little girl did not want to show herself, it was obvious that she did not want to tell him. Is she a living being in the land of death? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He stood there for a long time, and then quickly left. Li Mingxi stood in the depths of the land of death. After seeing Lin Feng leave, she returned to the depths of the God-fallen cliff. Lin Feng found a place to refine the demonic blood saber's origin. Although it was only 1/3 of the demonic blood saber's origin, it was still majestic and shocking enough. But how many levels of cultivation could it raise? Lin Feng found a hidden cave and sealed it with restrictions. Then, he activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and devoured the demonic blood saber's origin. Then, he began to refine the demonic blood saber's origin. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art refined it, the demonic blood saber's origin gradually turned into incomparably pure energy, and that pure energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation also began to rise. Lin Feng was now at the 4th layer of the giant god stage. Not long after, he broke through to the 5th layer of the giant god stage. After breaking through, Lin Feng found that there was still a large amount of demonic blood saber's origin in his body that had not been refined. This surprised him. The demonic blood saber's origin had a very significant effect on his cultivation. He continued to refine the demonic blood saber's origin to raise his cultivation. When the demonic blood saber's origin was completely refined by Lin Feng, Chapter 2802, the news of Emperor God Wu Yuan's death spread like wildfire in Sky Marshall Continent. The uproar that it caused was unimaginable. Everyone knew that Emperor God Wu Yuan only had one motive for coming to Sky Marshall Continent: to kill Lin Feng. However, in the end, Lin Feng wasn't killed. Instead, Emperor God Wu Yuan was killed. He was a great emperor in the eyes of countless people. A great emperor was simply too high to reach, like a god. Then A great emperor was killed, and it naturally caused a huge uproar. Lin Feng already has the power to kill a great emperor. How can this man be so strong? Isn't this too overpowered? It's simply unbelievable. Even Emperor God, Wu Yuan, was killed. What's Lin Feng's cultivation level? I'm afraid this man has already reached his peak. If we want to kill him, it will be even more difficult. Lin Feng has caused a lot of trouble in the continent of the 9 continents, and now he's in the Tianwu continent. He has a strong sense of belonging to the human race. I'm worried that he'll cause a bloodbath in the Tianwu continent. I don't think we need to worry. No matter how strong this man is, it's impossible for him to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. The cause of Emperor God Wu Yuan's death is still a mystery. However, we can't deny that Emperor God Wu Yuan's death is closely related to this man. 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other powerhouses were discussing the matter. The uproar that Emperor God Wu Yuan's death had caused was too great. Plus, Emperor God Wu Yuan's death had made many people worried. They felt that Lin Feng was going to do something big. Compared to the worries of the 3 powerhouses, the cultivators of Sky Marshall Continent were elated. Regardless of the reason, Emperor God Wu Yuan's death was closely related to Lin Feng. No matter if he was killed by Lin Feng or plotted against by Lin Feng, it proved one thing. That was because Lin Feng was too extraordinary. He hadn't become a great emperor, but he had killed or plotted against a great emperor. Was that something that an ordinary person could do? Soon after, a cold voice came from within the Kingdom of Desire. In 3 days, Lin Feng will personally lead an army to destroy the sacred ancient city. This incident caused a huge commotion. This was because the Saint Ancient City was the headquarters of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The experts of these 3 forces were all gathered in the sacred ancient city. Experts are as common as clouds in the holy region ancient city. This brat actually dares to be so arrogant. He really overestimates himself. I would like to see how he will destroy the holy region ancient city. The voice of a powerful figure in the ancient city was extremely cold, filled with boundless killing intent. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. However, if Emperor God Wu Yuan were to really be killed by this man, there is indeed hope for Sanctuary Ancient City to be destroyed, an expert said, and he was worried. Brother, do you believe this kind of nonsense? That kid was really powerful. However, he didn't seem to have even broken through the realm of a boundary emperor. How could he have killed Emperor God Wu Yuan? I'm guessing that the kid probably used some scheme to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. It's highly possible that he lured Emperor God Wu Yuan into a place of absolute death. Emperor God Wu Yuan was careless and got killed. I think so too. It's highly possible. The experts of the 3 forces spoke and expressed their opinions. Since everyone thinks so, we don't have to be afraid. Although the kid is powerful, he can't be evenly matched with the 9 of us, an expert of the myriad races said coldly. He continued, moreover, this kid must be killed by us because he is too extraordinary. His fortune is monstrous, and he has mastered many powerful divine abilities and magic treasures. If we kill him, it will be equivalent to obtaining several great opportunities. If someone else kills him, it will be too late to regret it. That's right, said a myriad race expert coldly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. He continued, this kid must be killed by us because he is too extraordinary. After hearing what the expert of the myriad races said, the other experts nodded in agreement. All right, let's wait for this kid to come. By then, he won't be able to return. The group of experts said coldly, Kingdom of Desire. The army gathered. Lin Feng could be said to have hundreds of people responding to his call in Sky Marshall Continent. More and more cultivators sought refuge with Lin Feng. The cultivator army of Kingdom of Desire expanded to 3 million cultivators. This was almost 70 to 80% of the experts in Sky Marshall Continent. The cultivators of Sky Marshall Continent followed Lin Feng's lead. Rumble. Ancient warships soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Holy Region Ancient City. Lin Feng had sealed many top-notch warships in his storage ring. Now, these warships were put to good use. The 3 million cultivator army under Lin Feng's lead charged towards the Holy Region Ancient City. I want to kill the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces. I want you to tremble when you hear my name. A cold voice came from the main warship and spread across the entire Sky Marshall Continent. This kid is too arrogant. An extraterritorial race cultivator said coldly with killing intent. Since the experts in the Holy Region Ancient City have not left, they must have a way to deal with this kid. Let's just wait and watch the show. That's right, the experts in the Holy Region Ancient City will definitely be able to kill this kid. The myriad races, extraterritorial race cultivators, and cultivators from other forces discussed as they waited for the results of the battle. Let's go quickly leave Sky Marshall Continent. Since Emperor God Wu Yuan died, because of him, it can be seen how terrifying Lin Feng's methods are. If we don't leave now, when Lin Feng destroys the Holy Region Ancient City, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. There were also many myriad races, extraterritorial race cultivators, and cultivators from other forces who chose to leave Sky Marshall Continent, or return to their own great worlds or planets, or head to the 9 prefectures. But they definitely could not continue to stay in Sky Marshall Continent. Reckless fool, feel free to come. When the time comes, let's see who will destroy who. A cold voice came from the Holy Region Ancient City. The experts in the Holy Region Ancient City were also extremely powerful. They were filled with disdain towards the Sky Marshall Continent cultivator army led by Lin Feng. 1 month later, loud rumbling sounds resounded through the clouds. Huge ancient warships crushed the void and arrived outside the Holy Region Ancient City. The Holy Region Ancient City's gates were not tightly shut, nor did they activate any restrictions to defend themselves. The experts in the Holy Region Ancient City were obviously full of confidence, so they had already gathered an army. When the Sky Marshall Continent cultivator army arrived, the 50 million myriad races, extraterritorial race, and cultivators from other forces formed an alliance army and came out of the Holy Region Ancient City. Chapter 2803. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 9 experts. These 9 people were from the Ancient God clan, the Heaven Devil clan, the Demonic Blood Rock clan, the 8-Winged Alligator clan, the Star God clan, the Fallen Moon clan, the Cloud Dream clan, the 9 Mysterious World, and the Yellow Sky Great World. These 9 experts were all boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step and above. The strongest of them had reached the 95th step. There were 2 experts at this level. 2 others had reached the 94th step. 4 of them had reached the 93rd step. 1 of them had reached the 92nd step. Reaching the 90th step was a threshold, the threshold to enter the late-stage boundary emperor realm. Once one reached the 90th step, one's combat strength would increase tremendously. Among the 9 experts in front of him, even the weakest one was a quasi-emperor who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. Moreover, there was only one quasi-emperor at this level. The other boundary emperors were of a higher realm and were even stronger. There were even 2 boundary emperors who had reached the 95th step. These boundary emperors were exceptionally powerful and terrifying. Therefore, the combat strength of these 9 people was extremely terrifying and heaven-defying. When these 9 people joined forces, they would be able to display an unimaginable combat strength. It was no wonder that these 9 people were so confident. 9 people joining forces. They were indeed too powerful. Lin Feng was strong and had even killed the Great Desire Lord and the other 3 experts. Following that, he had killed the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Holy Man. However, Lin Feng had yet to reach the Boundary Emperor realm. Furthermore, the Great Desire Lord and the other 3 experts, as well as the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Holy Man, were naturally incomparable to the 9 of them. Kid, come out and accept your death. The ancient god tribe expert was shrouded in divine light as a terrifying aura exuded from his body. He was one of the 2 boundary emperors who had reached the 95th step. The strong cultivator from the ancient god clan looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if everything was under his control. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Whoosh! Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the 9 experts. Today, he wanted to fight against all 9 of them alone. If it was before his breakthrough, Lin Feng might have some misgivings. After all, the 9 experts were simply too powerful. But now, Lin Feng had no misgivings at all. Although the 9 experts were very powerful, they were still very strong. But now, his cultivation had broken through 3 levels consecutively. They could no longer whisper to each other. Who would emerge victorious? It would only be revealed after the great battle. Lin Feng was also very confident in himself. He believed that he could kill the 9 powerhouses. Do it! The strong cultivator from the ancient god clan said indifferently. He took the lead and rushed toward Lin Feng. The eyes of the other 8 experts were filled with murderous intent. He also rushed towards Lin Feng. The 9 experts wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army was led by Lin Feng. As long as they killed Lin Feng, then the Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army would be instantly defeated. Similarly, if Lin Feng killed the 9 experts, at that time, the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers would definitely be defeated. Kill. Destroy these lowly cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent. The cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers immediately roared. The sound of killing shook the heavens. Kill. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army was not to be outdone. They charged towards the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers. The 2 groups of cultivator armies fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. It was extremely intense. And above the 9 heavens, Lin Feng and the 9 experts were also fighting. Lin Feng naturally knew that these 9 experts were not easy to deal with, but he was already prepared. Facing the attacks of the 9 experts, Lin Feng first used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure One's sacred art. 3 Lin Feng appeared. Following that, every single one of Lin Feng's unleashed 3 layers of domineering aura, a total of 9 layers of domineering aura stacked together to form a powerful magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura was simply too powerful. It was simply invincible. The 9 experts were enveloped by the magnetic field, as if they had fallen into a swamp. It was simply difficult to move an inch. After the 9 experts who were condensing their sacred art were enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura, the sacred art that they were condensing was interrupted. The most powerful thing about Lin Feng was not that he had cultivated many top-notch sacred arts. It was that Lin Feng was extremely proficient in combining various sacred arts. This required a strong control and comprehension ability. Of course, there was one more thing that was required. This required the ability to multitask. If a cultivator could only use one mind, then they could only use one sacred art. After using this sacred art, they would be able to use other sacred arts. However, if one were to multitask, just like Lin Feng, they would be able to use several sacred arts at the same time. This was also the foundation of the sacred art combination. Shua, Shua, Shua. The 3 Lin Feng clones were as fast as lightning and rushed towards one person, respectively. One clone locked onto the cultivator, who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. This cultivator had the weakest combat power and was the easiest to kill. Another clone targeted a cultivator, who had reached the 93rd step of the stone steps. Lin Feng's main body targeted a cultivator, who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. The first clone held the 5-dragon wheel and swept it towards the quasi-thearch expert, who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. No matter how strong one's physical body was, it was still afraid of Dharma treasures. This expert realized that he could not dodge this attack, so he wanted to take out his Dharma treasure to block the attack of Lin Feng's clone. However, this expert of the myriad races was suppressed by the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura, and his every movement became extremely slow. Therefore, after taking out his Dharma treasure, he was unable to activate it. Regardless, he had already beheaded him. Lin Feng's second clone was even more violent. He controlled the Purgatory Fiend Spear and stabbed towards the opponent. This extraterritorial expert took out a battle sword and slashed it. Clang! Their weapons collided. This extraterritorial expert was suppressed too much by the magnetic field, and his combat power decreased sharply. He was directly sent flying. At this moment, the 9 demons' picture tore open the void and attacked the extraterritorial race's expert. No. Faced with the sudden attack of the 9 demons' painting, this expert had no time to dodge. Bang! Along with a dull collision sound, the 9 demon paintings' attack landed on the extraterrestrial race's powerhouse. This extraterritorial expert's body immediately exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. He died tragically on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's main body took out the demon thearch's small world and attacked the quasi-thearch, who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. Lin Feng did not hold back at all. If it was a battle of attrition, he would be tortured to death by the 9 experts. Therefore, Lin Feng used his full strength. He wanted to kill the 9 strong cultivators as quickly as possible. The demon thearch's small world was extremely powerful and attacked the quasi-thearch, who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. Chapter 2804. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had killed 3 strong cultivators at the speed of lightning. This battle result, it was simply shocking. Even the other 6 experts had yet to recover from their shock. The other 6 experts could not believe their eyes, and they realized that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Feng's fighting strength. Lin Feng was clearly much stronger than the rumors said. Lord Lin is too powerful, instantly killing 3 of the enemy's top experts. Lord Lin is mighty. Brothers, we can't embarrass Lord Lin. Kill the myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivators until they kneel and beg for mercy. When the cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent saw Lin Feng's divine martial prowess, instantly killing 3 of the 9 great experts, they were all extremely excited. Now, their morale was even higher. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 3 great experts were actually killed just like that. How is this possible? The myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivators were all in disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. such powerful existences were so easily killed by Lin Feng. Could the remaining 6 experts still kill Lin Feng? Right now, the hearts of the 3 cultivator armies were all shaken. They felt that it might be Lin Feng who killed the remaining 6 experts. Because Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. Killing the remaining 6 powerhouses was not an impossible task. As a result, the cultivator armies of the 3 sides could be described as having lost their morale. Although they had 5 million people, and the cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent only had 300 people, whether it was in terms of cultivation or weapons. The cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent could not be compared to them. However, right now, the cultivator armies of the 3 sides no longer had the heart and spirit. Many people thought that Lin Feng was going to kill the 6 remaining strong cultivators, but after he did that, he was going to kill them. At that time, they would be the ones to die. As a result, many people in the 3 cultivator armies wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This situation caused the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators to show signs of defeat. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army fought against their superior numbers and started a massacre. Blood flowed like a river. 3 of them are already dead. The 6 of you will soon follow in their footsteps. Lin Feng's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Inside his body, there was a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Lin Feng manipulated the yin-yang small world and directly suppressed the 6 experts. Rumble! A loud explosion shook the heavens. The world of yin and yang continued to expand. The world of yin and yang descended from the sky and overlapped with the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Its power was simply too tyrannical. The expressions of the 6 experts changed drastically. The expert from the ancient god clan shouted in a deep voice, "There's a terrifying magnetic field around him. We must break out of the encirclement quickly and attack him from a distance. We can definitely kill him." Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the 6 experts suppressed the Demon Emperor's small world. Its power was simply too tyrannical. However, when their attacks hit the Demon Emperor's small world, they were all dissolved by the Demon Emperor's small world. At the same time, the 3 Lin Fengs quickly moved towards the 6 strong cultivators. 1 clone took out the 5 dragon wheel and 5 kill tablet. Another clone held the purgatory demonic spear in one hand. At the same time, his divine thought controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the opponents. Lin Feng's original body held the 5 Flames 7 Foul fan. The 5 Flames 7 Foul fan swept slightly. Suddenly, 5 types of flames and 7 ferocious birds flew out. It was truly terrifying. Among the 5 types of flames, the ferocious birds locked onto 2 of the experts. They directly pounced on them. Lin Feng's treasures were extremely powerful. After locking onto the 6 experts, they did not dare to be distracted. They had no choice but to activate their treasures to resist the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. In a battle between cultivators, other than the contest of divine powers, there was also the contest of physical strength, soul, and treasures. The more commonly used ones were the contest of divine powers and treasures. These were 2 indispensable parts in a battle between cultivators. Therefore, cultivators were fanatical about treasures, and Lin Feng's treasures were each more powerful than the last. The 6 experts could not help but lose sight of one. While blocking the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures, the 6 experts could no longer resist the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki and the Demon Emperor's small world's attacks. when the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki and the Demon Emperor's small world came crashing down. One expert after another was attacked. These experts were severely injured, even if they were not directly killed by the magnetic field, and the Demon Emperor's small world, Lin Feng, and the other 2 venerables would also rush up to give them another attack. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I have the possibility of becoming a great emperor in the future. Now that I'm being attacked here, I can't accept this. The few venerables who were still alive roared unwillingly, wanting to break out of the encirclement. But now that Lin Feng's combat strength had reached its peak, he did not give them a chance to break out at all. Lin Feng charged in front of the ancient god clan expert and blasted a palm at him. I'm a clansman of the ancient god clan. If you kill me, the great emperor of the ancient god clan will not let you off. The ancient god clan expert roared angrily, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Now that he had mentioned the ancient god clan, he wanted to intimidate Lin Feng. So what if you're from the ancient god clan? Sooner or later, I'll kill the great emperor of the ancient god clan as well, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. He punched the ancient god clan's cultivator's head, but the ancient god clan's cultivator didn't react. A loud bang was heard. The ancient god clan expert's head was blasted apart by Lin Feng's palm strike. The other 2 doppelgangers also killed the experts they had targeted. At this point, the 9 experts of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had all been killed. Dead. The 9 experts have all been killed. Run quickly. Countless people in the cultivator army formed by the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces screamed in fear. The 9 experts were all high and mighty existences, but now they had all been killed by Lin Feng alone. The cultivator army of the 3 forces had long been scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. How could they have the courage to continue fighting? The cultivator army of the 3 forces began to flee. Kill! The cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent roared. The news of the sacred ancient city being destroyed and the 9 experts being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the Sky Martial Continent. At the same time, the cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent, led by Lin Feng, began to sweep through the Sky Martial Continent. A large number of myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were killed. Chapter 2805. Even though the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers had left, the Sky Martial Continent would never be able to return to its former prosperity. The current Sky Martial Continent was filled with scenes of broken countries and mountains and rivers. This scene was truly lamentable. The reason why Lin Feng started a massacre against the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers. Firstly, it was because he wanted to avenge the innocent people who had died in the Sky Martial Continent. Secondly, he wanted to intimidate these forces. Let these forces know it was not that the Sky Martial Continent did not have any top experts. The Sky Martial Continent was not something that these forces could casually need. They could humiliate him as they wished. If one wanted to start a massacre in the Sky Martial Continent, they had to think about the consequences. Lin Feng did not know that his actions had indeed intimidated the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers. In the next many years, when these powers arrived in the Sky Martial Continent, they would all behave themselves, and not like before when they started a massacre in the Sky Martial Continent. In various parts of the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Feng's temples sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. These temples were all built by the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent. Countless commoners, out of gratitude to Lin Feng, took the initiative to build temples for Lin Feng. Currently, these temples were filled with incense. Countless people would enter the temples to pay their respects to Lin Feng. They prayed. Lin Feng planned to return to the 9 provinces. However, before returning to the 9 provinces, he planned to head to a place to take a look at the situation there. Lin Feng had only obtained a strand of monkey hair from the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Every time he tried to comprehend it, he would often find himself in the Huagua Mountain. The Huagua Mountain was located in the Ao Lai Nation. It was close to the eastern sea world. However, the current Huagua Mountain was densely covered with restrictions. White fog lingered around it, covering the sky and the sun, concealing everything within the Huagua Mountain. No one could enter the Huagua Mountain. If one tried to force their way in, they would often suffer a calamity. Ever since the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other powers descended on the Sky Martial Continent, many experts tried to explore the Huagua Mountain, but in the end, none of them were able to walk out of it. The current Huagua Mountain, it was shrouded in a mysterious aura. He wondered what secrets were hidden in the Flower Fruit Mountain. The monkey hair Lin Feng had obtained probably contained the secrets of the 72 transformations. This was the great sage, Heaven's Heaveness. It was extremely incredible, but Lin Feng couldn't understand its mysteries. Perhaps he would gain through Huagua Mountain. Lin Feng went to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit alone. The East Sea's Ally state was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. However, with the expulsion of the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign powers, the East Sea's ally state was no longer as prosperous as before. To continent alliance of continent. Lin Feng arrived outside of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. He stood in the air and gazed into the distance. Inside the world of white fog was the place where Huagua Mountain was located. In the past, a stone gave birth to 2 stone apes. They were the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and the sacred battle ape. The 9 states is truly a mystical place to be able to give birth to such sacred spirits. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, if one traced back to history, it wasn't just the big and small stone apes. There were also Pangu, Niwa, the 3 emperors, and other existences. They were all born from the 9 prefectures. In the past, the 9 prefectures was also a famous great world, although it couldn't be compared to the heaven realm. It didn't belong to the undying world. But as time passed, the 9 prefectures declined. Lin Feng walked towards the area shrouded in white fog. When his body came into contact with the white fog, in the void, a terrifying killing light condensed and formed. The terrifying killing light contained a wave that could destroy the heavens and earth. It tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through his body. The power of this attack was extremely powerful, causing Lin Feng's heart to tremble slightly. This was an attack condensed from the outer restrictions of Huagua Mountain. It was unbelievable that it was so powerful. Of course, the current Lin Feng was very powerful. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Feng slashed out with his palm. It directly shattered the killing light that was slashing towards him. He entered the area shrouded in white fog. Then he felt endless killing intent enveloping his entire body. So many terrifying killing intent. Lin Feng was shocked. The white fog restriction contained peerless danger. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Stone Emperor scripture. This was the inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage. It could sense the existence of all kinds of formations and restrictions. At the same time, he opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Lin Feng combined the Stone Emperor scripture with the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. He quickly dodged the attacks in the white fog restriction. Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. The attacks in the white fog restriction couldn't hurt him. In the end, he narrowly avoided all the formations and restrictions and successfully passed through the area covered by the white fog restriction. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Only he, with his powerful methods, could pass through the area covered by the white fog restriction. If it were anyone else, they would have died many times. Lin Feng looked into the depths. What appeared in front of him was a huge island. On this island, the trees were extremely lush. Many of the towering trees needed hundreds of people to wrap their arms around them. It was unknown how long they had been growing. Lin Feng walked into the depths. Not long after, he saw many corpses. Ancient God Clan, Heavenly Demon Clan, Angel Clan, Fallen Human Devil Clan. Lin Feng looked at the corpses and revealed an extremely shocked expression. The identities of the dead cultivators were not simple. They were all from many top forces. There were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. These forces explored Huagua Mountain before and never left. As expected, they died here. Lin Feng's expression became slightly serious. In such a dangerous place like Huagua Mountain, he needed to be alert. In such a place, if he was careless, he might end up like the corpses in front of him. They should have been dead for quite some time. Lin Feng observed the corpses and couldn't help but frown. These cultivators had powerful cultivation bases. After they died, their bodies wouldn't be destroyed in a short period of time. This should be just a group of people. I heard that there was more than one group of cultivators who entered Huagua Mountain to explore. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He took all the storage rings from the dead cultivators and put them into his mountain river ring. Perhaps there were treasures in these storage rings. Of course, Lin Feng didn't check these storage rings for now. He continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Chapter 2806. Not long after, Lin Feng found the second group of cultivators' corpses. This group of cultivators belonged to the alien races. These alien races included the Star Moon race, the Star Sky race, the Blood Moon race, the Scorching Sun race, and so on. There were more than 20 corpses here, and they were all cultivators from some of the top alien races. Cultivators from ordinary races were not strong enough, so they were not qualified to join in the exploration of Flower Fruit Mountain. Their deaths are really strange. Lin Feng frowned. Just like the previous cultivators, these cultivators had died in a very strange way. Lin Feng could not find the cause of their deaths, which was the most terrifying part. Therefore, Lin Feng could not determine how they died. Lin Feng originally suspected that these cultivators had died from poisoning. However, after careful inspection, he found that these cultivators did not die from poisoning. Therefore, the cause of their deaths was a mystery. Next, Lin Feng found several dead cultivators, one after another. Every group of cultivators died in a strange way, but the way they died should be the same. What exactly did they experience? Lin Feng touched his chin and could not help but ponder. He became more vigilant because Lin Feng had a feeling that there might be something terrifying lurking in the forest. When Lin Feng passed by a valley, he was attacked by a giant tree. This giant tree had long become a spirit. It was abnormally terrifying and powerful, displaying unimaginable combat strength. The giant tree's body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy, it shocked Lin Feng. Pa, 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 branches whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the 5-dragon wheel in his hand and slashed towards the branches of the giant tree. Clang! At this moment, a sonorous collision sound was heard. The giant tree was terrifying. The branches were abnormally hard and actually blocked the attack of the 5-dragon wheel. The dense branches enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to completely trap Lin Feng. What a powerful bloodline! If I devour it, My cultivation will definitely increase greatly. The giant tree transformed into a huge human face, which was extremely ugly. The giant tree turned into a tree demon and looked at Lin Feng indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. Perhaps in the eyes of the giant tree, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Heavenly fire. Burn. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be completely entangled by the giant tree's branches, Lin Feng brought out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. The heavenly fire was the bane of all things of the wood attribute. Naturally, the giant tree was also the bane of the heavenly fire. It's burning me to death. It's burning me to death, after the giant tree was burned by the heavenly fire. The giant tree immediately let out a painful roar. The branches of the giant tree quickly let go of Lin Feng. Then, the giant tree opened its bloody mouth. A huge energy ball flew out and blasted towards Lin Feng. This energy ball sealed the void, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. Lin Feng quickly operated the magical power immunity rune, and at the same time used the great defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to protect himself. Bang! The energy ball exploded, and Lin Feng was directly blown away. Lin Feng's body fell into a surging river. Roar! A huge crocodile opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour Lin Feng. This crocodile turned out to be a golden crocodile. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a golden crocodile. A name flashed in his mind. Desolate golden crocodile. This was a crocodile with a desolate bloodline flowing in it, and its strength was incomparably powerful. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying aura from the crocodile in front of him. The fluctuation of that aura caused him to be unable to help but be aghast. Lin Feng did not continue fighting with the desolate golden crocodile. Instead, he quickly used the Great Void technique and instantly left through the void. The desolate golden crocodile could not eat Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared on the shore and quickly left. This place was really dangerous. No wonder the cultivators of the myriad races, the cultivators of the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces died here. The island was very large, and Lin Feng found that there was an extremely powerful restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain that blocked the way. He stopped. The restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain was many times stronger than the restriction outside. Lin Feng originally tried to break the restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain, but he gave up in the end, because when he wanted to give it a try, Lin Feng's heart was shrouded in a layer of shadow. This feeling was very bad. Lin Feng had a strong premonition that even if he dared to break the restriction in Huagua Mountain at that time, he would probably die. Lin Feng didn't know who had made the deployment spells there. Surprisingly, they were so strong that Lin Feng was astonished. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, slashing towards Lin Feng. Its speed was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Lin Feng was shocked. What was this? Its speed was so fast. Heaven-mending technique. Dangerous moment. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven-mending technique to dodge this terrifying attack. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. He finally saw what it was. It was actually an immortal crane. However, that immortal crane was very extraordinary. It had transformed into an immortal sword. This shocked Lin Feng. The immortal sword that the immortal crane transformed into mist. It returned to the appearance of an immortal crane. Screech! Suddenly, without any warning, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the void. That cry contained a terrifying sound wave attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but groan. He felt as if his soul had almost exploded. A stone beast jumped out from one of the mountain peaks. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a dog. Mountain elf. It was a terrifying creature that existed only in myths and legends. It was much more difficult than the birth of the stone race. Although it was also made of stone, it did not belong to the stone race. This was because the stone race had a distinct characteristic. When the stone race cultivated to a powerful level, they could evolve into a body of flesh and blood. However, the mountain elf could not. Even if it cultivated to the great emperor realm or even the immortal realm, the mountain elf could not transform into a body of flesh and blood. The mountain elf's attack method was very terrifying. It vibrated with a terrifying sound wave attack. This kind of sound wave attack was very powerful and could instantly tear apart the soul of any cultivator. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why those cultivators died so strangely. There was not even a single injury on their bodies. It should be the mountain elf that attacked. The mountain elf destroyed the souls of those cultivators. Therefore, those cultivators died one after another. Lin Feng hurriedly activated Luya's star observation chart. This divine ability was very terrifying. It blocked the mountain elf's soul attack. Chapter 2807. You can actually block my soul attack. The mandrill looked at Lin Feng in shock, as if it couldn't believe its eyes. Its soul attack was extremely powerful. It was suddenly attacked. Very few people could block its soul attack, but Lin Feng had done it. This shocked the mandrill greatly. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. The immortal crane sword transformation is truly a powerful ability, and the mandrill race, they're a race from myths and legends. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the two terrifying creatures with a serious expression. I'm a descendant of the immortal crane race. I can transform into an immortal sword and slay billions of gods and demons. The immortal crane said coldly. Its voice was cold and arrogant. Of course, the immortal crane race was indeed very powerful. They had the right to be arrogant. The mandrill race has existed since ancient times. It's just that no one knows about them. The mandrill said coldly. The more Lin Feng looked at the mandrill, the more he felt that it was strange. He originally thought that the mandrill looked like a dog, but now he felt that it looked like a monkey. In fact, the mandrill was a creature that looked like both a dog and a monkey. It specialized in absorbing souls and devouring them. It used souls as food to increase its cultivation. Human cultivator, why have you entered this place? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the cave, followed by a terrifying creature flying over. It was actually a purple butterfly, a primordial purple butterfly. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a creature that was as terrifying as the emperor, archaic. Lin Feng had read about the primordial purple butterfly in the classic of mountains and seas. This was the first time he had seen a creature like the primordial purple butterfly. The primordial purple butterfly's aura was much stronger than that of the immortal crane and the mandrill. Clearly, the primordial purple butterfly's cultivation was stronger than that of the immortal crane and the mandrill. After the primordial purple butterfly appeared, it did not attack Lin Feng. It was unknown whether it was because Lin Feng had blocked the immortal crane and mandrill's attacks, or because he was a human cultivator from the Tianwu continent. Previously, I obtained the opportunity of the great sage, heaven's equal. Every time I had an epiphany, I would dream of Huagua Mountain. I feel that perhaps only after I reach Huagua Mountain will I be able to truly reap the benefits. Therefore, I came here today, said Lin Feng. He didn't want to hide anything, because he felt that there was no need to hide it from the three living beings. He obtained the fortune of the great sage, heaven's equal. The three creatures were all extremely shocked, to the extent where they found this hard to believe. To them, the great sage, heaven's equal was filled with endless legends. After all, that era was too far away. Time passed slowly. The world had changed. Everything that had happened in the past had become a legend. However, more than once, they had heard the old demon of Mount Huagua recount the story of how the great sage, heaven's equal, dominated the world. Especially when they were young, they even regarded the great sage, heaven's equal, as their idol and hero. "Why should we believe you?" the red-crowned crane said coldly. She didn't believe Lin Feng just because of Lin Feng's words. The desolate purple butterfly and mountain elf also looked at Lin Feng coldly. They were waiting for Lin Feng to prove himself. If he dared to lie to them, the three terrifying creatures of Mount Huagua wouldn't mind killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A strand of monkey hair flew out. It was a strand of golden monkey hair. When the strand of golden monkey hair flew out, the sound of the great Tao resonating could be heard from above Mount Huagua. An illusory figure appeared above the 9 heavens. It was an existence. He wore golden armor that shone brightly and a golden crown on his head that reflected the light. He held the Jingu Bang in his hand and stepped on the cloud with his shoes. His strange eyes were like stars, and his ears were over his shoulders. As he stood in the void, everyone could feel a suffocating pressure that permeated between heaven and earth. It's the great sage, heaven's equal. The old monsters of Mount Huagua were alarmed. When they came out and saw the illusory figure, they shouted excitedly. For the monsters of Mount Huagua, the great sage, heaven's equal, was like a religion to them. Now that the great sage, heaven's equal, had appeared, they were extremely excited. Lin Feng put away the monkey hair. The illusory figure of the great sage, heaven's equal, in the sky also disappeared. What's going on? Let's go out and take a look. Many old Yao quickly rushed outside, wanting to find out what exactly had happened to cause such a drastic change in the world. Lin Feng looked at the desolate purple butterfly and said, "Do you believe what I said before now?" The desolate purple butterfly said, "You were telling the truth. You obtained the opportunity left behind by the great sage, heaven's equal. We can bring you to the core of Mount Huagua." "Many thanks." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He wasn't worried that the people of Mount Huagua would harm him. After all, this was the power left behind by the great sage, heaven's equal. The great sage was the embodiment of justice. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that the descendants of Mount Huagua weren't evil people. Moreover, if they really wanted to make a move, they could just do it outside. There was no need to enter the core of Mount Huagua. The desolate purple butterfly broke through the restriction. Lin Feng followed the desolate purple butterfly, the mountain elf, and the red-crowned crane into the core of Mount Huagua. At that moment, one old monster after another flew out from the depths. When they saw Lin Feng, they all landed. "What happened?" An old monster asked. "Elder, this human cultivator obtained the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal," the desolate purple butterfly said. Many of the elders of the demon clan became excited. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. These old monsters couldn't be thinking of making a move on him, right? If these old monsters had evil intentions, they would be able to kill him. Then, with his strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for these old monsters. An old monster seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It said, "Don't worry, we won't snatch your opportunity. Since you've obtained the opportunity of the great sage, heaven's equal, it means that you're fated with Mount Huagua. Little friend, please come in." "Thank you." Lin Feng thanked it. Then he followed the old monster into the depths of Mount Huagua. In the depths of Mount Huagua, there were mountains and halls. Spirit beasts could be seen flying everywhere. Red-crowned cranes could be seen flapping their wings. There were many powerful existences hidden here. However, during the chaos of Tianwu continent, these living beings of Mount Huagua did not make a move. Therefore, Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied with these living beings of Mount Huagua. Of course, he wouldn't show this dissatisfaction. This was their territory. In their territory, it was naturally better to keep a low profile. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in a cave. The desolate purple butterfly let Lin Feng rest for a few days. Then it brought Lin Feng to the water curtain cave to comprehend the Tao. That was the sacred ground of Mount Huagua. Chapter 2808. The sun shone down. Lin Feng walked out of the cave. This was his second day in Mount Huagua. An old monster lived in a cave not far from Lin Feng. At present, the old demon was weeding in the open space in front of the cave. The old monster moved very slowly, as it was too old. Its movements seemed to be somewhat inconvenient. Thus, every time the old monster finished weeding, it would need to rest. The primordial violet butterfly came to Lin Feng's place and saw that Lin Feng was staring at the old monster. The butterfly said, "It's best if you don't keep staring at it." "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "It hates it when people keep staring at it. That's why we don't keep staring at it. It's very old. Does it have a high status in Mount Huagua?" Lin Feng asked. "It's the exact opposite of what you think. Although it's old, it doesn't have a high status." Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "The elders want to see you. I'm guessing that they want to ask about the great sage, heaven's equal." The butterfly said. He followed the desolate purple butterfly to the place where the elders were resting. "Young friend, don't be nervous. We just want to ask about your past experiences and how you obtained this monkey fur," one of the elders said. Lin Feng told the elders everything that had happened. Then he left. The butterfly waited for Lin Feng outside. These elders are taking this matter very seriously. Lin Feng said, "Of course, because there's a prophecy that says that when the legacy appears, the great sage, heaven's equals legacy appears in the world, and the great sage, heaven's equals tribulation will return." The butterfly's voice was filled with excitement. The great sage, heaven's equal, was filled with legends. In the past, he had been the leader of the devil race. Back then, the devil race was at its peak. The 7 saints of the devil race, which one of them wasn't a famous expert. The 7 demonic saints had all submitted to the great sage, heaven's equal. Now that the great sage, heaven's equal, had returned, perhaps the demon race would regain their former glory. "Are you going to find the great sage, heaven's equal?" Lin Feng asked. The purple butterfly said, "The flower fruit mountain is like a cage. We can't leave the flower fruit mountain for now. We need to wait for the great sage equaling heavens to return before we can break the curse." Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Flower Fruit Mountain to be cursed. What kind of existence cursed Flower Fruit Mountain? Previously, Lin Feng had complained that Huagua Mountain did not help the Sky Martial Continent when it was in danger. But now he realized that he had wronged Huagua Mountain. If you rashly leave the mountain of flowers and fruit, you'll lose yourself. The desolate purple butterfly sighed. What cursed Flower Fruit Mountain? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Flower Fruit Mountain was filled with experts who could curse the Flower Fruit Mountain. The person who had cursed Flower Fruit Mountain was too extraordinary. "This isn't something that I can know. Perhaps some of the elders know about this," said the purple butterfly. "Will anyone who leaves the Flower Fruit Mountain suffer a calamity?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That's not the case. There are always a few lucky ones who won't suffer a calamity after leaving," said the purple butterfly enviously. With its talent, if it was born, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. But now it was trapped in the flower fruit mountain, which made it very gloomy. Do the great sage, heaven's equal, or the sacred battle apes have descendants? Asked Lin Feng curiously. Those two terrifying existences possessed heaven-defying power. Even in this epoch, they had left behind their illustrious names. That was why Lin Feng was very concerned about whether they had descendants. If such powerful existences died out, what a pity the sacred battle apes still have descendants, said the purple butterfly. That afternoon, Lin Feng met one of the sacred battle apes' descendants. That person was called Sun Zhanxian. He looked very young, but his strength was terrifying. Although he had yet to make a move, Lin Feng could feel the terrifying power contained in his body. It was simply shocking. Sun Zhanxian was a very calm and steady person. He chatted with Lin Feng for a long time, mostly about Lin Feng's fortuitous encounter. They also talked about his two ancestors. Every time the two ancestors were mentioned, they would always say, "That's right." Sun Zhanxian had an incomparably proud expression. The great sage, heaven's equal, the sacred battle apes. If it were anyone else, they would be proud to have two ancestors like this. Sun Zhanxian was no exception. Tomorrow afternoon, I will bring you to the water curtain cave, said Sun Zhanxian before leaving. Okay, Lin Feng replied. The next day, the sun rose from the east. A terrifying existence stepped on the void and walked over from afar. The area around this being's body began to distort. He was tall and burly, and his hair was disheveled. One could not see his face clearly, only a pair of eyes. It was a pair of bewitching and cold eyes. Anyone who looked into them would sink into them. After slumbering for countless years, I have finally awakened, the existence muttered. He looked at the flower fruit mountain shrouded in white mist. I'm here. Are you still alive? The demon-like man muttered to himself. He stepped into the area shrouded in white mist. Buzz. The white mist seal was activated and released a terrifying attack. Countless terrifying killing lights shot towards the man like a madman. The demon-like man did not dodge. He allowed the killing lights to strike his body. Clanging sounds could be heard continuously. When the terrifying killing lights landed on the demon-like man, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. They could not cause any damage to the demon-like man at all. The existence's cultivation was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made one's face pale. He passed through the outermost layer of the white mist seal and walked in step by step. Perhaps because they could sense how terrifying this existence was, none of the living beings of the flower fruit mountain attacked him along the way. I'm here. Where are you? The demon-like man stood outside the core seal of the flower fruit mountain and asked coldly, Who are you? A few abnormally powerful monsters stared coldly at the crazed man. The demon-like man only glanced at them. Immediately after, the few terrifying demon cultivators were petrified. I'm here. Where are you? The demon-like man continued to shout coldly. His voice reached the depths of the flower fruit mountain and alarmed everyone. Who is it? Who dares to barge into the flower fruit mountain? Even the elders of the demon race were alarmed. They quickly flew out with cold expressions. Lin Feng also flew out and saw the demon-like man from afar. Clearly, this man did not come with good intentions. He dared to provoke the flower fruit mountain alone. Chapter 2809. The demonic man was very powerful, and he was extremely arrogant. His eyes were looking at the heavens. His voice was cold. Let Sun Shaoshan come out. Who are you? How dare you call the sacred lord by his name? A demonic clan elder said coldly, his eyes flashing coldly. You are not qualified to know my identity. The demon-like man said coldly, His arrogance seemed to come from his bones. He did not care about the demonic clan elder at all. Arrogant. The demonic clan elder's expression suddenly sank. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Now that he was being looked down upon by the demonic man, he could not help but feel angry. My patience is limited. If Sun Shaoxing still doesn't come out, I don't mind turning the flower fruit mountain into a river of blood. Let's see if Sun Shaoxing will come out or not. The man's expression remained calm and aloof. My patience is limited. If Sun Shaoxing still doesn't come out, I don't mind turning the flower fruit mountain into a river of blood. Who is Sun Shaoxing? Lin Feng looked at the ancient violet butterfly and asked curiously. Sun Shaoxing should be an extremely powerful person, but Lin Feng had never heard of him before. The ancient violet butterfly said, Senior Sun Shaoxing is the sacred lord of the flower fruit mountain, and he has lived for countless years. It is said that he is an existence from the ancient chaos era. Lin Feng was shocked. An existence from the ancient chaos era? That was too ancient. It was unbelievable. The experts from that era, who had lived until now, must be extremely powerful and terrifying. Since the demonic man had come to provoke Sun Shaoxing, was he also in existence from the ancient chaos era? Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. A demonic clan elder said coldly, I would like to see what qualifications you have to be so presumptuous in the flower fruit mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic clan elder soared into the sky and flew towards the demonic man. The demonic clan elder opened his hand, and a mysterious demonic country appeared in his hand. Many demonic beasts appeared in the demonic country. There were many types of demonic beasts. There were peacocks, phoenixes, rocks, dragons, kuei cows, cheongqi, and so on. The demonic country seemed to be the legendary demonic realm. Demonic country in the palm. The demonic clan elder shouted coldly, and the demonic country in his hand flew out. Then it suppressed the demonic man. This ability was called demonic country in the palm. It could create a demonic world. It was powerful. Now, the demon kingdom flew towards the demon-like man and suppressed him. A loud, rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if a real world had descended from the sky. Insignificant skill. Facing the attack of the demon country, the crazy man immediately showed a disdainful expression. He raised his right hand and made a light stroke in the air. A dazzling beam of light flew out. The power of that beam of light was abnormally strong. Instantly, it tore through the void and slashed down on the country of demons. Break! The leader of the demon race shouted. He wanted to control the demon country, to destroy the beam of light that the crazy man had shot out. But the demonic country, the country of demons, was unable to shatter that beam of light. At this moment, the power of that light beam increased greatly, and with a poochie sound, it tore apart the demon kingdom. Swoosh! The demonic country did not dissipate after the demonic country. Instead, it continued to fly towards the demonic country. The demonic country elder tried to dodge the attack, but he could not. The demonic country elder took out a defensive treasure to block the attack. But the attack of the demonic country was too powerful. Even the demonic country elder's defensive treasure was torn apart. The situation was very dangerous. The demonic country elder was in front of the demonic country elder. It was about to split the demonic country elder in half. How dare you? The other demonic country elders could not help but roar. Seeing their old friend die in front of them, they were infuriated. Their killing intent was overflowing. But there was nothing they could do. There was no way to save their old friend. What a terrifying existence. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. The demonic country elder's cultivation was terrifying, But in front of the demonic man, he did not even have the strength to resist. He did not know what level the demonic man was at. His combat strength was too heaven-defying. The demons of the Flower Fruit Mountain were all enraged. Their killing intent surged. Wasn't this crazy man a little too arrogant? He actually dared to kill the elders of the Flower Fruit Mountain in the territory of the Flower Fruit Mountain. He did not put Flower Fruit Mountain in his eyes at all. Just as the demonic country elder was about to be killed, a light flashed. A figure appeared in front of the demonic country elder. The figure flicked his finger. Clang! He flicked the demonic country elder's demonic country elder. Suddenly, the demonic country elder's demonic country elder shattered. At this moment, Lin Feng saw who it was. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His clothes were as white as snow. He had an outstanding temperament, as if an immortal had descended to the world. Seeing this man, Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of Sun Shaosheng, whom the demonic man had mentioned. Could it be this man in front of him? Could it be Sun Shaosheng? Saint Lord! The demonic country elders and demonic country cultivators bowed to the man. No need for formalities. Sun Shaosheng waved his hand and said, "Sun Shaosheng, you finally came out. I thought you would be a coward." The demonic man sneered after seeing Sun Shaosheng. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. Rumor has it that you were killed by the nine-headed evil saint." Sun Shaosheng said emotionlessly. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the nine-headed evil saint was, but he guessed that he was an expert in the ancient chaos era. The ancient chaos era was an extremely chaotic era. Although this era was chaotic, there were heroes in this chaotic era. Therefore, in this chaotic world, many top-notch experts were born. The nine-headed evil saint did not kill me. Instead, he was killed by me. However, I was also seriously injured. Since then, I fell into a deep sleep. The demonic man said, "After I woke up, I came to find you. I knew that even though you had experienced the ancient chaos era, you would not die. Just as you guessed, you have lived until now. The reason I came here this time is to carry out the battle that was not carried out in the past. Everything has changed. There is no need to carry out the battle that was not carried out in the past." Sun Shaosheng said, "Even though I have crossed the long river of time, it is difficult to erase the battle intent in my heart. This battle, of course, will not end like this." The demonic man looked indifferent. He stepped forward and punched at Sun Shaosheng. Chapter 28:10. As he punched out, the void distorted and heaven and earth changed color. Behind him, 3,000 galaxies appeared. The 3,000 galaxies were rumored to be the 3,000 galaxies that existed in the universe since ancient times. Feeling the power of the crazy man's punch, everyone's expression changed. When the crazy man attacked the Monster Clan elder, he had shot out a light beam. In actual fact, it was just a casual attack. Then, the crazy man was serious when dealing with Sun Shaosheng. He used a powerful divine skill right away. It was peerless and domineering. He's at least a great emperor. Moreover, he's a great emperor of a very high realm. Lin Feng stood at a distance and watched the battle. He couldn't help but ponder. Previously, Lin Feng had plotted against Emperor God Wu Yuan. He had a rough understanding of the power of an emperor. The aura that the man gave out was too terrifying. In front of this person, Emperor God Wu Yuan was simply 1,000 miles apart. They weren't on the same level at all. Lord Saint Master roamed freely in the chaotic ancient era, and he had never met an opponent. This man is definitely not Lord Saint Master's match. A Monster Clan cultivator said. Then, the crazy man had already communicated with the power of the 3,000 galaxies. The terrifying punch was about to hit Sun Xiaosheng. Then, Sun Xiaosheng took action. Saint Monster Fist. Sun Xiaosheng threw out a punch too. There was holy light surging out from his body. It shook the void. At that moment, Sun Xiaosheng was surrounded by the holy light as though he had transformed into an immortal saint monster. Immortal saint monster. Immortal saint monster. Bang. The next moment, there was a fierce collision sound. The two of them collided. With them as the center, the surrounding void started to collapse. The two of them were too powerful. One of them was like a saint monster that had descended to the world. The other was like an unparalleled ancient demon that had crossed the river of time from the chaotic ancient era. The first attack had already shocked Lin Feng and the others. If we continue to fight here, Flower Fruit Mountain will be destroyed. Let's go to the extraterritorial region to fight, the crazy man said aloud. Swoosh, he took the lead and flew to the extraterritorial region. His speed was too fast. He instantly disappeared without a trace. Sun Xiaosheng also stepped out and disappeared from the mountain of flowers and fruits. Apparently, he had gone to the extraterrestrial world. Lin Feng wanted to follow them to take a look, but the two were too fast. He couldn't keep up with the two terrifying existences. He could only stay where he was without moving. That attack just now was just a probe. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it will be when these two existences truly fight. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Perhaps only the two of them knew how strong they were. The Flower Fruit Mountain was covered with powerful restrictions that could be destroyed. Just this point alone was enough. From this, one could tell just how powerful these two existences were. In the next few days, the Flower Fruit Mountain was very peaceful. It could even be described as unusually quiet, although some cultivators of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit were extremely confident in Sun Xiaosheng. However, it was unrealistic to say that he was not worried about Sun Xiaosheng. This was because the demon-like man was also an existence that was powerful enough to make others pale with fright. He wondered if that existence had some sort of concealment ability. It didn't matter who won or lost this battle. It was possible. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw a figure standing on the top of a mountain. Lin Feng was surprised. It was Sun Xiaosheng. The battle outside the domain was over. He returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. He just didn't know the final result of this battle. Lin Feng was full of curiosity about what kind of person Sun Xiaosheng was. It was really rare for a powerhouse from the chaotic ancient era to live until now. Lin Feng mustered up his courage and walked towards Sun Xiaosheng. He wanted to communicate with Sun Xiaosheng. Senior, Lin Feng came to the top of the mountain and then saluted to Sun Xiaosheng. Sun Xiaosheng turned his head to look at Lin Feng and then revealed a smile. I heard about you from several elders. Since you got the monkey hair of the great sage, heaven's equal, you are fated with the Flower Fruit Mountain. If you need anything, you can ask. Lin Feng said, I don't have any special request, but I have some doubts in my heart. I hope I can mention it to Senior. Say it, Sun Xiaosheng said. Lin Feng told Sun Xiaosheng some of the doubts he encountered when he comprehended the monkey hair. Sun Xiaosheng expressed some of his own views and patiently explained to Lin Feng. He was a very peaceful person. It was very comfortable to get along with this person, and there was no sense of discomfort. The next day, Lin Feng planned to enter the Water Curtain Cave to comprehend the Great Tao. He should have entered it a few days ago. However, Sun Xiaosheng went to the outer domain and fought with the crazy man, which involved everyone's thoughts. So Lin Feng did not enter it to cultivate. Now that Sun Xiaosheng returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain, everyone was relieved. The result of this battle was destined to be a mystery for everyone. The water curtain cave, the sacred place of the flower fruit mountain, was full of mysteries. Now, Lin Feng entered the water curtain cave. The temperature in the water curtain cave was very cool, there was a stream, and there were vines growing everywhere. He could vaguely sense some Tao, aura. In the past, the great sage, Heaven's equal, was called a sage here. The 7 sages of the demon clan also became sworn brothers here. The glory of the demon clan began here. Now, countless years had passed. There seemed to be the aura left by the great sage in the water curtain cave. Lin Feng walked deeper and saw a chair. It was a stone chair. There was a tiger skin on it. It was exactly the same as what Lin Feng saw in his dream. I have come to the water curtain cave of the flower fruit mountain. Can I comprehend the 72 transformations now? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The 72 transformations was one of the strongest divine abilities mastered by the great sage. If Lin Feng could successfully comprehend it, it was equivalent to having an extremely heaven-defying divine ability to protect himself. Moreover, the cultivation of a cultivator was constantly accumulating. Every time he cultivated a powerful divine ability, it was equivalent to greatly increasing his accumulation. By then, his combat strength would soar greatly. Lin Feng sat down on a stone chair and gently rubbed his head. Countless years had passed, but he could still feel the precipitation of time. Lin Feng took out the monkey fur and held it in his hand to comprehend it. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a mysterious state. He found himself standing in the water curtain cave instead of sitting on the stone chair. Not far away, there were 2 men standing. Both of them were extremely powerful. Their aura was too terrifying. When Lin Feng saw the 2 men, he was shocked. Chapter 28:11. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and the Sacred Battle Ape appeared. They were talking about something, but Lin Feng could not hear anything. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. Lin Feng really wanted to know what they were talking about. The Sacred Battle Ape became more agitated toward the end of the conversation, and there was an obvious change in his expression. They must have talked about something extremely important, but I don't know what they are talking about. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. What had an expert like the Sacred Battle Ape not seen before? What had he not experienced? However, the Sacred Battle Ape was so agitated now. It was obvious that the matter they were talking about was not simple. It seems like they are persuading the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. Even when the Sacred Battle Ape was killed, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had not appeared in time. Some people said that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had encountered a calamity. He had died long before the Sacred Battle Ape had died. Of course, no one knew if this was true. After all, it was just the guesses of the later generations. However, the scene before him seemed to be able to explain many things. In the end, the Sacred Battle Ape was unable to persuade the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Experts like the great sage, Heaven's Equal, were very opinionated. Once they had decided on something, it was very difficult to change their mind. Therefore, it was extremely unrealistic to change the great sage's mind. Even the Sacred Battle Ape could not change the great sage's mind. Lin Feng guessed that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was going to do something extremely dangerous. Otherwise, he would not have been opposed by the Sacred Battle Ape. An expert like the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was almost invincible in the world. What was it that made the Sacred Battle Ape so worried about him? This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, patted the Sacred Battle Ape's shoulder as if to console him. Not long after, the great sage, heaven's equal left alone. Not long after the great sage, heaven's equal left Flower Fruit Mountain as well. No one knew where they went. After watching the great sage, heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape leave, Lin Feng pondered for a long time. This time, he left. Whether it was the great sage, heaven's equal, or the sacred battle ape, none of them returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. Lin Feng was immersed in a state of epiphany. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt that he had disappeared from the water curtain cave. The next moment, he appeared in the forest outside. Not far away was the waterfall of the Flower Fruit Mountain that fell from the sky. It was magnificent. A hazy figure appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. He didn't know who this hazy figure was. He began to move slowly in front of Lin Feng. This was a very complicated set of movements, mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Feng was shocked. This figure seemed to be demonstrating the cultivation method of a divine ability to him. Could it be that she was demonstrating the cultivation method of the 72 transformations? If that was the case, then it would be too shocking. Lin Feng stared at the hazy figure. He remembered every movement in his heart and didn't dare to forget. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng woke up from that mysterious state of enlightenment. When he woke up, he realized that there was an additional cultivation method in his mind. This cultivation method was none other than the 72 transformations divine ability. Chapter 28:12. I have finally comprehended the 72 transformations. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. This was the top divine ability passed down by the great sage, heaven's equal, and he was able to obtain this divine ability. It was simply a heaven-defying opportunity. The most heaven-defying aspect of this divine ability was that after transforming into something, it would possess the characteristics and divine ability of the other party for a short period of time. This was definitely a heaven-defying method that would cause people to exclaim and be moved. For example, when Lin Feng turned into the Celestial Beast Emperor's son, even though Lin Feng hadn't studied the Celestial Beast Emperor's son skills, he could use the 72 transformations to temporarily use the Celestial Beast Emperor's son skills. Once he grasped this ability, even if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could transform into the other party's appearance and then control their divine ability. The process of controlling the other party's divine ability was very special. Not only could he use the other party's divine ability, the most important thing was to be able to find the flaws and weaknesses of the other party's divine ability and then find a way to break it. The great sage, heaven's equal, was invincible and was powerful in this aspect. He could always dissolve the other party's divine ability. Now that Lin Feng understood the cultivation method of the 72 transformations, he needed to properly comprehend it. Once he succeeded, it would definitely be of great help to Lin Feng in the future. After coming out of seclusion, Sun Zhanxian hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. Those who came to participate in the banquet were all young disciples of the Flower Fruit Mountain's demon clan. 3 days later, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, he returned to the country of desire. Lin Feng did not plan to continue staying in the Sky Martial Continent. He planned to return to the 9 prefectures. This time, he had some regrets when he returned to the Sky Martial Continent. Firstly, the departure of Shi Weizhu and the others made Lin Feng very suspicious. Secondly, he did not see some of his old friends, such as Martial Spirit Palace's Yu Ji, Jiang family's Jiang Yudi, and others. Yu Ji also left the Sky Martial Continent, but did not seem to have gone to the 9 prefectures. Jiang Yudi and the Jiang family also left the Sky Martial Continent, but did not seem to have gone to the 9 prefectures. As for where they went, Lin Feng did not know. many people in the country of desire wanted to follow Lin Feng to the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng readily agreed. Lin Feng brought this group of followers to the 9 states. After arriving at the Netherworld Sea, he arranged for these people to be under the Snake Queen's command. Lin Feng then returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Shangguan Feier and the others were also in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng did not ask Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint to bring them to the Dragon Gate. Instead, he arranged for Shangguan Feier and the others to stay in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Although the Dragon Sect had a large number of people and countless experts, they did not have a top-notch expert. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect, on the other hand, had the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Moreover, Lord Tortoise was an unfathomable existence. It would be safer for Shangguan Feier and the others to stay in the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. Lin Feng had spent 3 years traveling from the continent of the 9 provinces to the Tianwu continent. During those 3 years, many things had happened in the 9 provinces. After Lin Feng returned, the Great Elder of Punishments told Lin Feng about the major events that had happened in the 9 prefectures in the past 3 years. First, there was a large area of chaotic fog in the depths of the West Sea world. Within the chaotic fog, one could vaguely see a mysterious world. It was rumored that it was the chaotic ancient nation. It was unknown if the kingdom that had long disappeared would reappear in the world. That chaotic world had already appeared for more than 2 years. Many experts had tried to enter it, but they had all failed. Now, even great emperors were researching how to enter it. An underground tomb had appeared under the Dragonfire State. It was said that it was the tomb of the son of the true Dragon Emperor. Many experts had gone there to fight for the opportunity, including great emperors. However, in the end, the opportunity was obtained by a young cultivator. This caused a huge uproar. After all, even great emperors had gone there, but the opportunity was obtained by a young cultivator. That young cultivator's opportunity was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng was also very shocked. He asked about that young cultivator's identity. The Great Elder of Punishments said, "No one knows his identity. They only know that he wore a yellow robe and had a crew cut. He had appeared a few times in this outfit." Following that, the Great Elder of Punishments mentioned another matter. The 6 Divine Valleys is one of the most famous death zones in the 9 prefectures. This place is very dangerous and is famous for its abundance of stones. In the past few years, people have dug out many precious stones from the 6 Divine Valleys. It is said that they are stones from the immortal ancient era. There are also rumors that the great sage equaling heavens has been sealed in a stone and is buried under the 6 Divine Valleys. Someone wants to dig out the stone that sealed the great sage equaling heavens. After hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. The great sage equaling heavens had disappeared without a trace. No one knew how he had disappeared. Now, someone was saying that the great sage equaling heavens might have been sealed in stone and buried under the 6 Divine Valleys. This was too shocking. Where did this news come from? Lin Feng frowned. He found it hard to believe this news. It sounded too unreal. It came from the myriad races. It is said that an emperor of the myriad races saw a passage in a Taoist scripture. It recorded that the great sage equaling heavens had sealed himself in stone. The Great Elder of Punishments said. Lin Feng asked, "Did it say why the great sage equaling heavens sealed himself in stone?" It is said that he had suffered injuries that almost destroyed his Tao source. He had no choice but to seal himself in stone. The Great Elder of Punishments said. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his brows. He didn't know how much of this news was believable. If the truth was as the Emperor of the Myriad Races had said, was the great sage equaling heavens still alive after sealing himself in stone? There were too many mysteries that were waiting to be revealed. Lin Feng's return to the 9 prefectures was not hidden from the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other factions. Emperor God Wu Yuan had gone to the Tianwu continent to kill Lin Feng. However, he had died in the Tianwu continent. This news had long reached the ears of the 3 factions. Lin Feng had killed many experts from the 3 factions in the Tianwu continent and chased away the cultivators from the 3 factions. This matter had caused a huge commotion among the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other factions. Many people hated Lin Feng to the core. Now, the top experts of the younger generation from the 3 factions had announced that they would make a move to kill Lin Feng. The great emperors had yet to express their stance because Lin Feng had Lord Tortoise behind him. Even if they were to make a move, they would only do it behind his back. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 9 prefectures spread. Someone had dug out a stone from the 6 divine valleys. It was shaped like an ape. Furthermore, it was a stone from the immortal ancient era. Chapter 28:13. There was an ancient city between the ancient demon state and the dragon fire state called the 6 Gods City. The 6 Gods City got its name because it was close to the 6 Gods Valley. The 6 Gods Valley was rich in stone materials, many of which were extremely ancient. Now that the stone suspected to have sealed the great sage equaling heaven was dug out from the 6 Gods Valley, this matter naturally caused a huge uproar. The person who obtained this stone was someone from the 9 Mysteries Great World. The people from the 9 Mysteries Great World claimed that in 3 months they would cut open the stone in the 6 Gods Valley to see if the great sage equaling heaven was sealed inside. However, not long after, there was an unforeseen event. A mysterious force killed the cultivators from the 9 Mysteries Great World and stole the stone they were holding. Originally, everyone thought that those people would not appear again and that they would monopolize the stone. Who knew that the person who did this did not intend to monopolize the stone, but instead wanted to cut it open. The time of cutting the stone was initially set to be 3 months later, still within the 6 Gods City. If there were any unforeseen events, the time of cutting the stone would be changed. The Tao Rising Great World. It was a cultivator from this great world who killed the cultivators from the 9 Mysteries Great World and stole the stone. Soon, the news spread throughout the 9 prefectures. The Tao Rising Great World was considered an extremely famous great world among the 3,000 great worlds. The origin of the Tao Rising was said to be the place where the great Tao originated. Therefore, this great world was called the Tao Rising Great World. The Tao Rising Great World and the 9 Mysteries Great World were 2 great worlds that were closer to the 9 prefectures Great World. The Tao Rising Great World and the 9 Mysteries Great World were closer and were equivalent to the neighbors of the Starry Sky World. They were both overlords of the Starry Sky World. However, because of this, the 2 sides were in constant conflict. This was because the Tao Rising Great World and the 9 Mysteries Great World had always been spying on the resources of many stars in the Starry Sky World. These 2 great worlds were also constantly exploiting the resources of the Starry Sky World. In addition, the 2 great worlds were relatively close to each other. Therefore, in order to compete for resources, these 2 great worlds often fought. Therefore, these 2 great worlds had accumulated a deep grudge. After the cultivators from the 9 Mysteries Great World were killed, the 9 Mysteries Great World immediately suspected that the Tao Rising Great World was the culprit. Sure enough, it was really a cultivator from a major world who had done this. Moreover, the people from the great world of Tao did not hide anything. Since they had done this, they openly admitted it. Tao Chi Macro World has 2 great emperors guarding the 6 Gods City. Even if the experts from 9 Profound World come, they won't be able to do anything. If that's the case, The Nine Mysteries world is now suffering in silence. They can't say anything. Isn't that so? However, the Nine Mysterious world will not let it go so easily. These two macro worlds have been holding grudges for a long time. Now that the old hatred has added to the new hatred, it is not the Nine Mysterious world style of doing things if it swallows this insult. Many people were discussing this matter. Not long after, an important piece of news spread throughout the Nine regions. A fleet from the great world of Douchi was ambushed. This fleet had transported a large amount of precious resources. Currently, the Nine Prefectures was an extremely lively place. Myriad races, foreign forces, and cultivators from other foreign forces had all gathered in the Nine Prefectures. With so many forces gathered, it would form a huge trading market. Therefore, the various forces would constantly send fleets carrying various materials to the Nine Prefectures to trade. The fleet from the Tao Rising Great World was heavily guarded, but it was completely destroyed. Moreover, it was said that the person in charge of this fleet was the only son of one of the great emperors guarding the Six Gods' valleys. When the great emperor of the Tao Rising Great World knew that his only son had been killed, his killing intent soared. He searched everywhere for the cultivators from the Nine Profound World. When he saw the cultivators from the Nine Profound World, he did not care about anything and directly killed them in the cruelest way possible. The hatred between the two sides grew deeper and deeper. When the great emperor of the Nine Profound World attacked, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the great emperor of the Nine Profound World retreated, while the great emperor of the Tao Rising Great World returned to the Six Gods City. This battle will not end like this. There will be an even more intense battle between these two forces. A cultivator said. More and more cultivators headed to the Six Gods City, including Lin Feng. He was also heading to the Six Gods City. The matter of the great sage, Heaven's equal, had affected his mind. Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's equal, and was fated with him. Moreover, he got along well with the demons of Huagua Mountain. Huagua Mountain was cursed. Perhaps only when the great sage, Heaven's equal, returned could the curse be broken. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the great sage, Heaven's equal, was sealed in the stone, because this would prove that the legendary great sage, Heaven's equal, was not dead. Moreover, it could also help Huagua Mountain break the curse. This time, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the evil supremacy saint along with him to the Six Gods City. They took the teleportation array to the Six Gods City and only spent more than a month to arrive at the Six Gods City. The Six Gods City was an extremely ancient city, as it was located at the border of the ancient demon continent and the Dragonfire continent. There were many powerful ancient demons from the ancient demon continent. Although the Nine Prefectures were relatively turbulent, there were a few places that even the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces did not easily set foot in. The first place was the ancient demon continent. The ancient demon continent was very mysterious and had an extremely ancient heritage. It was the continent that gave birth to Pangu and Niwa. Other than Pangu and Niwa, the first generation fire god Zhurong, the Nine Heavens fairies, and even the Grand Supreme were all born in the ancient demon continent. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this continent was. Many people were in awe of the ancient demon continent. The second place was the Western Paradise continent. Many people had heard of the Western Paradise continent. It represented carefree and eternal bliss. It was a continent controlled by Buddhism. Buddhism itself was surrounded by too many mysterious colors. Many of its methods were even more shocking. Naturally, very few forces dared to provoke Buddhism. It was said that even the heavenly sage Great World, the nest of the myriad races, had the legacy of Buddhism. As long as there were cultivators, there would be the legacy of Buddhism. This saying had a long history and was not without reason. The third place was the southern immortal continent. This was because 80% to 90% of the southern immortal continent was a primeval forest, and the primeval forest was very dangerous. Apart from danger, there were also many ancient races in the primeval forest. For example, the wild god-eating clan was located in the primeval forest of the southern immortal continent. Back then, during the Red World Fairy's birthday, Lin Feng had once fought with a cultivator from the wild food god race called Gu Daniu. He knew very well how terrifying this race was, and the wild food god race was only one of the ancient races in the primeval forest of the southern immortal continent. Chapter 28:14. Currently, the factions in Six Gods City were rather complicated. There were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external factions. There were also some mysterious factions from the ancient demon continent. It was said that the ancient demon continent had a demon race emperor that had been asleep for a long time. The demon race emperor's battle strength was heaven-defying. Now that the demon race emperor had heard about the great sage, Heaven's Equal, he had rushed to Six Gods City to investigate the truth. Currently, Six Gods City was bustling with people, and experts were as common as clouds. No faction was able to hold a dominant position in Six Gods City. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint arrived at Six Gods City. No one recognized Lin Feng. Perhaps many people knew of him, but there were too few people who had actually seen Lin Feng. And those who had seen Lin Feng and came to Six Gods City were few and far between. Furthermore, Six Gods City was so huge that it was even more difficult for those who knew Lin Feng to meet him. Lin Feng and the other two found an inn to rest in Six Gods City. The inn was a high-class mansion-style inn. Each mansion had 10 independent courtyards. The environment was very elegant. After settling down in Six Gods City, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint went out to investigate the stone. 100 Days Pavilion. One could obtain all sorts of information here. Lin Feng and the other two came to the 100 Days Pavilion to investigate. The one who received Lin Feng was an elder of the 100 Days Pavilion. Lin Feng directly stated his intentions. He was here to investigate the mysterious stone. The 100 Days Pavilion elder said, "There are many people who are investigating the stone. What kind of information does young master want to hear? If it's ordinary information, it will only cost 500 origin crystals. If it's important information, it will cost 1,000 origin crystals. Of course, it's important news." Lin Feng said as he handed over 1,000 origin crystals. A few days ago, the great emperor of the heavenly Tao rising world invited some top experts to examine the stone. A vice pavilion, lord of our all-knowing pavilion, was also invited. According to the vice pavilion lord, the stone was extraordinary. Its vitality was as vigorous as the sea, and there was definitely a creature sealed inside. The aura of that existence was too strong. Although it was still in a dormant state, it still shocked everyone who came to the stone. Someone used a special method to detect the aura of an ape. So after some discussion, the experts felt that the stone might really be the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Lin Feng slightly frowned after hearing this. Why is the Tao rising world cutting the stone in front of all the cultivators in the world? You didn't take it for yourself? I don't know. It's hard to guess the thoughts of these foreign cultivators. The elder of the all-knowing pavilion said. After leaving the pavilion, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint went to Myriad Flower Pavilion for a drink. Myriad Flower Pavilion was very lively. The moment they entered, a beautiful woman came forward to greet them. She smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to our Myriad Flower Pavilion. Are there any familiar fairies? I'll make the arrangements for you. The women in the brothels who looked for jobs were called girls or prostitutes. Most of the time, they would ask if there were any girls or ladies they were familiar with. Only the 10,000 flowers building dared to call their women fairy, which they were familiar with. This was because the women here were as beautiful as fairies. They were worthy of being called fairies. Lin Feng was about to speak when a commotion came from the second floor. A woman walked out. She seemed to have walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it was unreal. Lu Huaxian. It was actually her. She was the saintess of Myriad Flower Pavilion in the Tianwu continent. After coming to the 9 prefectures, she was still heavily groomed by Myriad Flower Pavilion. Now, she had a very important position in Myriad Flower Pavilion. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Huaxian and Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship. In the past, Lin Feng had tried to find out more about Lu Huaxian. After knowing that Lu Huaxian was in seclusion at Myriad Flower Pavilion's headquarters, he was relieved. He hadn't seen Lu Huaxian for many years. Lu Huaxian was as beautiful as ever. Lu Huaxian, the new saintess that Myriad Flower Pavilion just promoted a few years ago. She's talented and beautiful. Seeing her today, she really lives up to her reputation. Yeah, she's too beautiful. She doesn't look like a woman of the mortal world. She's like a fairy from the 9 heavens that fell to the mortal world. Many people were amazed by Lu Huaxian's beauty. They couldn't help but be moved. Long time no see, Lu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng and revealed a smile that could mesmerize millions of male cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that Lu Huaxian had sensed his arrival at Myriad Flower Pavilion. That was why Lu Huaxian had come out to welcome him. Who is this kid? Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously. Many of them looked at Lin Feng enviously. Anyone could tell that Lu Huaxian had come out to welcome Lin Feng. Moreover, Lu Huaxian was looking at Lin Feng affectionately. The relationship between the two of them was definitely not simple. Could it be that Lu Huaxian had some special relationship with this kid? What did this kid do to deserve this? How could he have such a special and intimate relationship with a peerless fairy like Lu Huaxian? Lin Feng walked up to the second floor and said with a smile, "It's indeed been a long time. I wonder how you've been all these years." Lu Huaxian smiled and said, "Everything's been well. Thank you for your concern. This isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course." Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were tactful enough to not follow them. Lin Feng followed Lu Huaxian to a private room. The cultivators outside were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Feng's identity. "It's him. I didn't expect him to come here." Some people recognized Lin Feng, but they didn't say anything. They were waiting to watch a good show. Not long after, a group of cultivators from the myriad races arrived. This group of cultivators from the myriad races had an extraordinary background. They were all top-notch experts of the myriad races. Moreover, they were all from the royal races of the myriad races. For example, the 9-headed insect race, the blood eagle race, the heaven-eyed winged tiger race, and other races. The cultivator from the 9-headed insect race was the leader of these cultivators. This cultivator from the 9-headed insect race was called Mu Daoquan. Rumor had it that he was a pure-blooded life form. His bloodline was abnormally powerful, and it was said that he had awakened his bloodline 4 times. After this group of people arrived, they asked for a private room. Then, they ordered over 100 fairies from the Myriad Flower Pavilion to accompany them. Not long after, a man with 9 eyes came in. He was a cultivator from the 9-eyed race. "Brother Wu, you're late. You should punish yourself with 3 cups of wine. Mu Daoquan said. The cultivator from the nine-eyed race was called Wu Qianlei. He smiled and said, I accept my punishment. After saying that, he raised his cup and drank 3 cups of wine. Then Wu Qianlei looked at the woman in the private room and said, These are all ordinary people. I heard that the myriad flower pavilion saintess, Lu Huaxian, is here. Why don't we call her over so she can pour wine for us?